evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome to Darabin on what's been quite honestly a bit of a delightful day in Melbourne's northern corner. It's been sunny, it's been clear, it's been somewhat moderately mild, as is this season, right at the start of the Series Futsal Women's campaign. It's one that even in its early formation has already started to split its teams into thirds. Two at the bottom, both in search of not just the first 3 points, but 8 first points in total for this campaign. It's a Carlton Heart team who have built week on week. Recent Teresi's yet another rebuild seems to be well and truly in and amongst itself and well and truly up and off the ground. For Pascoe Vale this evening, there's quite an interesting look. No Aidan Chachi, no Nomes Langham on the touchline. Albion Chachi is himself making good on his own particular managerial prospects. So for the Lions, they are looking for a first point since reintroduction. For Hart, they're looking for a point early and have gone ahead early thanks to Hawker, who simply stole in and steered in the game's opening goal. It took no time for a quick Carlton start. Sadu themselves know this is a good opportunity to get up and running in Season 2 for 2026. And well, for Maddie Hawker, who's shown signs in recent weeks, has been a bright spark for Hart in this season's already formative phase. She gets herself and them off to the perfect start tonight as Chopper looks to go forward. Hart still looking to carve out an opportunity. We started the season with back-to-back defeats, lost the opening game of the campaign to Fitzroy, were beaten by 1-0 and then also by Aku in the closing show last week. So they're looking for a win at the fourth time of asking so far in this second season to close out the calendar year. The players also reintroduced into the fold. Teresi and co, who could be big additions to this side this evening. Pascoe, they are starved of a few options that were helpful last week. Albion Chachi spilt some to us before kickoff. They've had a string of illness and injuries which have run through the squad right at the end of winter. It is about that time of year where that sort of thing is what sides can succumb to. Now they know tonight, as well as Hart, it's a good opportunity to get up and running, and Hearts are running and storming through for two, and to steer it beyond this Centeno on return. And Hearts are 2 up in a trice. A rapid start for Carlton Hearts. Hart were racing forward, the rate was high. 2 in quick succession, the perfect start to Friday for them. Pascoe, they must be pondering what can come from this as Hawker is again on for Centeno. He had a shot on the swivel. However, wasn't able to play Svekopoulos, who is utilised in goal. There is no Paige Daly this evening. She is one of the many unavailable through illness/injury. It's a good read from Joffa, who was unable to get beyond Cow. Crashing through was Ruin in order to go and clear. I think start fortuitously for them, were beaten in rather convincing fashion by Hume last time out. Partnered defeats to Melbourne Aku on 1-0 right at the start of the season. And by the end of tonight, we will have closed out a month of the second season for Series Futsal Women's in 2026. Already we'll start to see what this table could shape up to be like come the season's conclusion. Measured, the switch for Hawker, inward was Howard. Steer it forward, Ewan cut it out, to steer beyond for Marua. Magro to get a challenge in and stop Joffa from foraying further beyond. And Chachi just wanting his side to step on that a little bit more. Right at the start of things this evening. Centeno couldn't find Howard, was cut out by Marua, recycled through Cow, on for Muir. Steered it for Magro, and she will get there in kind and force a first save for Emma Olsen this evening. First real Pascoe Vale flash forward. And it yields a corner. Only looking to half the deficit. On in this game, it was a quick fire Carlton start. Magro, Cow. find a way through. Howard couldn't, but could win another corner. To the displeasure of Reese Interisi and to Howard, of course, as well. Carlton Hearts skipper not best pleased about that. Corner once more. This time Howard with a good intervention. Way beyond Magro. Change already on Hartman. Seems to go to the bench. Mariam Anvari, who's been another one who spent some time away from this side throughout this calendar year so far, is awaiting her return. Stiff for Centeno. Lovely touch for Joffa. And well by Ewan. Flipped over the top for Magro. Able to find her. Howard and Olsen will usher it out of play. Reintroduction. This, of course, the only kickoff for the night. Aku faced the reigning champions in the middle set as Hawker is twisting and turning and winning a corner. And Hume have got 1-0 to close the show. Just making sure the head from Reece Teresi substitution was done properly. Corner set for Howard, return for Hawker. Holding off to good effect. Recovered by Centeno. Twisting and turning and looking to find a yard. Howard, Anvari. Turn for Howard, who did superbly. Centeno was there on the reset. She will have a drive and was not far away from troubling Spekopoulos. Garrett Smith is instated for the first time tonight. Spekopoulos had to come through. And it's just been called for two-touch. Hearts have got a free kick. Albion Chachi is a bit perplexed as to how that was given away. Thought the challenge came from Anvari. Instead of the ball was returned. Though Rodrigo Salas, the referee who's on our broadcast side, did not see eye to eye. Mateo Calagaro is on the far side this evening. For your officials, as Anvari had her effort denied by the wall, all of whom have done their job. Hawker set it for Howard, who steered it superbly for Bowen. She got a yard and finished deftly. Neatly tucked away by Lucinda Bowen. And Hearts are flying right at the start of the night. Terrifically taken. The movement was good, the ball to find her was precise, and the finish was tidy from someone who, since arrival in this Carlton Hearts side, has been a frequent source of goals. Had a bit of a barren spell towards the back end of last season, the start of this campaign, though, has come out explosively, and again is looking to enact something. Steered for McDougall, Howards couldn't clip it for Anvari. Now there is a lot of applause from Reece Teresi, who likes what he is seeing so far. Jared Smith, good set for Cow, denied by Olsen at the near post. Pascavel corner. Lions are looking to launch themselves into this game to get themselves off the mark. Set for Magro. Anvari got a foot in. Likewise Newen, who looked to go the long way beyond, and Howard ushered her out of play. Howard entrusted to carry has been one of the Carlton Heart mainstays, really. Not only throughout the course of the calendar year, into last year too. Bowen looked to steer it back for her. Magro got a foot on it. It's been a measured but forceful Carlton start as Bowen is battling. Spekopoulos came through. Already a treble up and already setting a bright start. Howard's take, set for McDougall. Steered to the near post, Bowen caused menace, and Howard will hammer her effort wide. You start to think already with how the early season table has shaped up. Both of these two clubs yet to pick up a point, both eyeing it at the start of the evening. Carlton Hearts have made a terrific start towards picking up their first meaningful contribution to the campaign, as Bowen did brilliantly. On for Amvari. Svetkopoulos then thumps it into Magro, who is truly collateral damage of that intervention. Albion Chachi going quickly to check up. Oh, that is not something you like to see. Was hit with force. Inadvertently as a clearance, though. Painful nonetheless. And it gets a couple of grimaces from those around us at DCSS. Magro will be replaced. And for Albion Chachi and co, he must be wondering, things simply cannot go from bad to worse at the moment. Magro is gathering herself. Thankfully she was able to get straight back up and could leave without too much assistance. Albion Chachi will be hoping she can continue, because it's a Pascovel team that are heavily depleted coming into the evening. Got themselves a free kick now. Howard Smith unable to battle further forward. Two in the wall. Bowen and Amvari, the pair of Hearts. Howard Smith takes Steed to the back post where Cal was lurking. No, just couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Had a couple of opportunities. Have Pascovel right at the start of this game. For Carlton Hearts, it's been about taking them. They've taken them well. As Bowen couldn't thread it, Marua took over. And Vari went to meet her and met her well. Again, Hearts have made a measured start. Just ticked over 5 minutes of stop clock futsal elapsed in Darabin. That's a good take from Elliott, who stood for McDougall. She just couldn't quite apply the finishing touch, though. Megan Elliott's first real look of the season and the evening as well has been a positive one. And here she goes again, on for McDougall. Now Amvari. Elliott was lurking, and it took two to stop it from finding her. Except for Bowen. Amvari. Elliott with a good move, on for McDougall. That's a gorgeous ball for Amvari, who just couldn't quite get it under. Was met by Cow, who she couldn't get beyond. Jarrett Smith went with loft. Bowen got up. Elliott took it down and invited Marua to go and challenge. Cow picked it off. Amvari was calm in all of the chaos that had ensued. Set it back for Bowen. Amvari once again. Cinder Bowen, patient, on for McDougall. Wanted the return. Elliott looked to thread it with real fineness for Bowen. All had a fraction too much on it, and that's chuckled out of play for the keeper's ball, but it's the kind of intricacy we've not quite seen from Carlton Hearts yet so far this season. It's one that you had suspected could come to the fore this evening. Certainly they would have been hoping so. Bowen again invited and found Amvari with a super ball and a super goal. Thrashed in for 4. And Hearts are well and truly on way to getting up and running. Thread down the line was terrific. And it was poked with pace. Too much of it at the near post. A quick fire Carlton quartet. And they may not quite be done yet. Amvari on for Elliott. Lovely 1-2 between those two. Elliott to go beyond. Jarrett Smith came across to get in the way. Carlton corner. Megan Elliott's take. Battling was Anvari. Chachi came to go and get a foot in. Anvari. Taken away from it by Marua. Anvari did superbly. Now Centeno, who's got options left and right. Anvari on the overlap. Steered into her own net by Cal 4-5. And a bit of Pascoe-Val misfortune adds a Carlton 5th. It was steered in, unfortunately. Cal just couldn't quite divert it away from danger. Centeno's at it again. Likewise is Elliott through Svetkopoulos for 6. 2 in no time. And Hearts are truly flying. There's a ruthlessness to it.
Why would you spend 30 bucks knowing it's going to work? I just switched it up. The only way we're going to get the best resolution. Easiest setup. Phone, NDI.
And for a Carlton side who, well and truly last season, let in their fair share of goals, had done so at the start of the campaign too. This finally their first bright look of the new season. It had been a little bit of time. Took them a month and a half last campaign. It will only take them not even till the end of August this time round. Centeno twisting, turning, met by Jarrett Smith, who looked to steal away, got beyond Howard. It was recovered by Elliott, who was able to keep it. Albion Chachi is just wanting his side to mark up with more organisation than anything. Neat from Magro, picked off though by Howard. Elliott, all on her own is Centeno, who went the back heel and couldn't divert it the other side of the post. For Carlton Hearts, start of the evening could not be going better. They themselves have seen a opening really of supremacy so far this season. Only the second time they've scored multiple goals in a game. Only had 4 coming into tonight. They have well and truly exceeded that and then some in the opening passage of this game. What can Pascoe-Val settle into? A Centeno twisting, turning. Svetkopoulos with a good save. For Reece Teresi, there is also that ability to be afforded where he can rotate this side with heaviness. Has a group of players which are interchangeable with how often and how cohesive they are in this team as well. Carlton side who, despite having another turbulent off-season, had lost a few really key pieces. Able to keep a hold of the likes of Howard and the likes of Lucinda Bowen. Important to keeping the continuity of this team. And so he has branded the season so far as yet another rebuild. It is certainly far from the returning restart that was all the way back in February. It's Carlton side that are battle hardened by half a year and by a season. As Joffa looked to thread it for Centeno, who'd stayed all on her own. Evading is Sania Chachi, who was unable to get further forward, though had a glimmer and an opening for a moment. As Joffa wins a corner. Corner was set to an interesting area, cleared only to Chachi, who can carry. He was looking to steer it further forwards, though couldn't find Newen. This is a Pascoe-Val team which are still a relative project unknown. We've seen pieces to the puzzle get filled in week on week, though are yet to see really this team in its full ensemble in its entirety. That down to injuries, that down to this week in particular illnesses which have played their respective part. Though they must be wondering, when will the full piece be able to be not only shown and seen as Magro is in behind. Howard's slide was a good one. A really well-timed challenge, and Olsen's distribution likewise. Centeno in behind, had Joffa lurking, knew and intervened. Svekopoulos came crashing away. Howard. Good foot in from Chachi. As Reese Teresi wants timeout and will have it. Carlton Hart with a super start on this Friday. As we get a timeout, it's Carlton Hart 6, Pascoe 0. Sides up, and truly having a word for the first time this evening. I'll be Chachi in depth of conversation with his Pascoe Vale team. Is appreciating the effort that they are putting in so far. Carlton Hart have found the goal, so you cannot lack this Pascoe Vale side for their effort as Centeno is charging. Svekopoulos denied her, though on the second time, Centeno strolled her way through with fancy footwork and the simplest of finishes. A set of 7 quickly for Carlton Hart. And we've not yet ticked over the halfway stage of this first half. Sense there could be a ruthlessness introduced by Reese Teresi, wanting to see possibly, now knowing that they have had the ascendancy, the rhythm, the momentum, what they could take from this half and how they could look to build on it. Carlton side for the first time this season though, looking fine-tuned. Centeno had another drive. Howard off the post. The base of the upright. Hawker was lunging a leg in order to try and steer in. The finishing touch was just not quite provided. As Magro had her pocket picked, Hawker was in behind. Svekopoulos denied her.
Let's go, come on girls, let's go!
Pascoe Vale have really been unable to push their way further forward. And Joffa. Albion Chachi thought it might have been rolling. He wanted it to be rolling. Lara Joffa once more. On the switch was Howard, who got ahead of Magro and moved it wonderfully for Hawker. Steered for Centeno, who went the back heel. Couldn't find a way through Cow. Set back through Joffa. Return for Centeno. Steered for Howard. And Hawker's follow-in will be fired in. 8 for Hart. In rapid fire. It found its way to her. Hawker was simply just having a hit in order to return it. And it was returned in style with force. And still, for Pascoe Vale, you sense their wait for any sort of seasonal upturn will continue another 7 sleeps, but here's a side that can build. We've seen already a couple of the pieces that they wanted to bring to the fray. Albion Chachi openly, admittedly tonight, saying that they're excited for the opportunity. It could be a bit of a learning curve for this team, as it's cut out by Howard, tiptoeing forward. On for Centeno, steered back for Howard. On her own was Joffa at the back post. Svekopoulos did well to get the angle right. Another Carlton corner set for Howard, who couldn't return it in kind. You look at the Carlton expressions. Reese and Teresi still animated. Alvin and Chachi a little bit more maligned and resigned. Schoffer had hustled. Jared Smith happy to see it out of play. Think of what a big boost this could be for Carlton Hart. They go 3 points from 1-0, 3 points from Aku. If it is to stay this way, and it just finally gets them off the ground, it gets them up and running. It's been a little bit of time coming for Reese and Teresi's side. The performances have been building week on week. We didn't quite expect the explosive start from them that we have received. In the meantime, here's Mirua to set it for Cal, though couldn't quite. However, that is brighter from Pascovel when trying to pick their way through. Still, we're not quite able to find any finishing touch or any sort of incision beyond. As Howard will sling the palms to Svetkopoulos, who will quickly release Cal. Cut out by Joffa. And Vori was further forward. In the way was Newen. Howard recovered. Bowen. Looking to drive Lucinda Bowen. On the switch was Amvari, who couldn't get it under.
Oh, yeah? Is it lagging? No, not really. I dropped it to 25 frames a second.
Jared Smith. Cut out well by Joffa, who's got two up with her. She went alone. And Svetkopoulos with a safe pair of hands. Howard came across when looking to find Marua further forward. As the side ball was set for Chachi, Joffa got a foot in, through was Jared Smith. Laura Joffa did superbly, and now is on the charge. Up was Amfari, the ball was too much and too far ahead to find her.
Can you chug it behind the goal? I was going to see what would happen.
Chachi robbed of it by Joffa, who's had a bright couple of minutes. Bowen on the follow-in will smash in another. And it is 9 for Carlton Hart before the break. The side who have been superb in this opening passage have not really taken their foot off yet. They've simply wanted to add as many as possible. It's Howard into the arms of Svetkopoulos. Rolled it off for Newen. Chachi lost out to McDougall, though kept it going on the slide. Couldn't quite steer it for Marua. This, well and truly, for Hart, an evening of innovation so far. And Vari, seen out by Chachi. As Carlton are still pressing right at the start of this game. And it's been a very firm performance and display so far from Reese Teresi's side. The most fine-tuned they have looked so far this season. As McDougall unable to get beyond Magro, who seems to have recovered well from the earlier knock she took, which is good to see. Howard sizing up Jared Smith. So back for Bowen, who couldn't place it for Amvari. Magro searching for Jared Smith. Lucinda Bowen was in the way.
Is there a way to put the scoreboard on there as well? Yeah. Is it? It's on. Oh, is it? It's automatic.
Pascoe just wanting a good patch, maybe to end this half, to see what they can take from it, more so than anything.
It just looks like, remember the camera when
Howard carrying,
and then to grab the foot
up with her Amvari.
like down here.
Can do twist and turn her way forward. No unable to do so. Magro holding firm. Bowen met by Jarrett Smith. Covered by Amvari, whose footwork was tidy. Bowen, Howard. Couldn't quite roll Marua, and it was behind Bowen, which could open the door. It sent Bowen under immense pressure from two who were waiting, and she got away from both and did so rather well. Gave it to McDougall. Options left and right, no way through. And now the counter for Jarrett Smith, though the ball was a fraction too heavy in order to find her.
We tried to and you moved.
It's Bowen.
So this camera
Trying to make her way further forward. Was moved on well for Elliott. Will get it back from Newen's clearance, though not from Jarrett Smith's. She was through with much more force. Scarcely believable Carlton start. As Elliott slid down the line for McDougall. Moved back for Megan Elliott, who couldn't quite fashion a shot. And Vari on the overlap was unable to keep it alive. Oh, steered long. Not too much avail. Just think for Pascoe. They had been in both of their opening games in the first fortnight of the campaign. As Amvari is on the charge and steered her effort over. I think to recent weeks, especially last week against Hume, they were comprehensively beaten. This evening is following that trend too. You must sense going into half-time what the heart messaging must be as Elliott. And Vari, when searching for Bowen, Marilla got a foot in. Listen to Bowen will let it land over the line. But for Carlton Hard, a team who had been building towards this. Defeat against Daku last week was one where they had a few opportunities. Against 1-0 they had more. Fitzroy on the opening day to kickstart the season was always going to be a tricky prospect, the reigning champions. It's a team who have been building and who have been slowly getting there. Think back to the progress they showed in season 1 of 2026. They were slow starters but made up for lost time. Whereas for Pascoe, the growing pains have been more public than maybe they would have wanted them to be. Magro's flick, Bowen. That's a good ball for Elliott, who had McDougall up with her. Megan Elliott, and the ball was too heavy for McDougall in the end. But it has been that transition with pace that has been most problematic. There's Olsen, as Jarrett Smith got physical with Bowen, was recovered by McDougall. On for Anvari, who looked to guide it to the back post for Elliott, who was just unable to get there. What do you think for this hard side, especially when Elliott and Bowen have looked to combine? Howard's had a good night so far too. It's where they've looked most potent throughout the entirety of this first half. So McDougall, Elliott lunged and kept it alive. Chachi got in the way. Taken over by Magro, recovered by McDougall. On for Bowen now. Vari was one way, Elliott the other. Bowen looked to shift the yards. Was just unable to find a way beyond. Elliott quickly, and Vari forced to save out of Svetkopoulos. Corner taken for Joffa, who looked to steer it to the back post. It was too long for Anvari. It's worth mentioning that Jada Centeno too has had a tidy reintroduction to the Carlton fold. More so than anything. Someone who, though, is not a new signing, feels like one. That's a gorgeous ball for Elliott, who took it wonderfully and scored a quite brilliant goal. The ball from Anvari was superb. Elliott strolled through. The run was timed terrifically. And once in behind, once a deft touch was taken, picked the space for which she wished to place it. And scored with ease as Joffre is in behind. Svekopoulos battling, likewise Magro. Bowens follow in. Svekopoulos with a triple denial. Elliott again at the back stick, wanting to steer it goalward. Though unsuccessful in her efforts. Again, Lara Joffre and Vari and Elliott. Svekopoulos again there to deny. Hart may be eyeing a boost the goal difference as Elliott is in behind again and is denied again by Svekopoulos. And Vari's following. Covered by Joffre. Nicely done by Magro, who to launch forward though found no way further. Ewan will be reintroduced. Baskerville will make yet another change. Albion Chachi wants time out. Timeout was unable to be taken. Albion Chachi then rescinds his bid as Elliott is further forwards and Svekopoulos was there to deny. Comes long for Magro. Bowen. Again for Megan Elliott. Set back for Joffre. But you wonder what complexion this second half could take up. Hart have hit double digits already prior to the break. Maybe one where in the first half things are added to get the job done. And the second is simply about ensuring that the damage is not too badly done. But it's a big goal difference boost as well. As a rolling foul is accumulated too. For good measure. Corner taken, Joffre drilled it and drilled it wide of the post. Pascoe conjures something in the time that remains to half-time. Or is it going to be Hart through Elliott and Anvari, which will trickle and will somehow trickle not over the line just. Bowen recovered, and Svekopoulos again was down to deny her. Evening that has been a Pascoe Vale pick and mix in truth. In terms of selection, in terms of availability. Not the easiest night for which Albion Chachi has to navigate. Good read though from Magro. Cow. Bowen got a foot on it. Magro then took over. Walker and Bowen look to sort it out. Newen will have a hit, and will have a hit far wide. Jared Smith may be on to the closing stint of the half. They send the Bowen invited to carry further forward. Hawker. Set back for Bowen. You just wonder what the conversation from Reece Interisi would be at half-time in terms of ensuring his side stayed with it. Whether they want to add more or not. Whether they will be more about ticking the time that remains. As Bowen. Megan Elliott. Lucinda Bowen. Good intervention from Newen at the expense of a corner.
I think it looks better like that, man.
Just taken and cleared at the near post.
Looks great.
Well, way further forward.
I don't think he does actually. You have it? None of us.
Lucinda Bowen. For Elliot, Joffa. That's a gorgeous return for Elliot, who was slid centrally for Svetkopoulos. Picked off by Joffa, who adds another to the tally. Emphatic for Carlton Heart in this first half. Escovel themselves need to look for a way back into this game. That may long be gone from them. They might look at what they can take from it. Side who will at least want to take a goal from the evening and to go and get themselves at least a bit of positivity. Something to smile about in the close. Think of what is to come. The two teams who are title holders in Darabin, Melbourne Akun Fitzroy. And you 1-0 to close it as Joffa is twisting and turning and flashed an effort across the face. Final 78 seconds to half time in Darabin. It's been an emphatic half so far. And an emphatic performance up to this point from Carlton Heart. So back through Bowen. Moved out the other way for Megan Elliott. Hawker. Look to work her yards. Elliott. Does she want another? Steered it off Joffre and in once more. And the tally keeps widening. And for Carlton Heart, celebrations muted, as many as they wish to chalk off the goal difference they owe. 12 before the break on what has potentially been a sorry evening in the making for Pascoe Vale. Will the second half mirror the first? That is the only question. As Hawker's not done yet. Oh, wonderful. Away from two, away from three. Jared Smith there ahead of Joffa before she could get a shot away. Time ticking to the break. Closing half stages. Megan Elliott got there ahead of Jared Smith. Through came Newen. Now Jared Smith into the feet of Bowen. Does she want one more? Do Hart want one more? Joffa's touch too heavy. That might have been their look. So won by Svetkopoulos. So Hawker maybe in the nick of time. Joffa corner. Though the clock will beat all comers. What's a Carlton Heart half? Emphatic is perhaps an understatement. Half time in Darabin. It's Carlton Heart 12, Pascoe Vale 0. Returning from half-time, opening installation of this Friday here in Darabin. For Carlton Hart, it could not have gone better. For Reece Teresi's side, certainly at half-time, you wonder what the conversation must have been between him and his squad. Closing in on a first win for the campaign. It was a terrific opening to this game for them. Well, the players of whom they've looked to have reintroductions and who have looked to themselves really be able to kick on. You have seen that in droves from him and his Hart side as McDougall looked to find a way further forward. There is no doubt he would be thrilled, having had some time being on the other end of this sort of result, especially towards the start of the calendar year. For Carlton Hart, they had a few nights that simply did not go to plan, that did not go their way. He would be now relishing the opportunity perhaps to get a win of similar volume back on his own edge. As Centeno fancied a drive at the near post. And then for Albion Chachi, they had made a goalkeeping change at half-time. Svekopoulos will step out. Nguyen will go between the sticks. And for him, it's really, you suppose the second half is back to square one, where the first half was a bit forlorn in what Pascoval wanted to do and what they could feasibly do, despite being understaffed this evening. Cal will give chase and the ball will win out on that occasion, but for him and his side, it might be about experimentation. Which players can shine in this second set of 20? Which players can he get a good tune out of? And who wants to give them at least something to smile about, or some kind of silver lining from an evening that has proved most difficult up until this point? You just think for them, especially with a lot of mentioning in media in the week, it is often difficult to come into this league and find success. They too are finding that, though. Again, we are yet to see this team in full. Hart will run their first change of this second half. Reece Teresi wasn't too pleased about it initially, but all is well in the end. Man who, right at the very start of this campaign, before a ball was kicked, made it clear he was not best pleased about where a couple in the media had ranked the prospects for his side. This for Carlton Hart is maybe their first opportunity to make a statement. Centeno moved it on for Hawker, set it back for Howards. Lovely ball for Centeno, and Anvari couldn't steer it in at the back post. As again, Marua got a foot on it, Howard couldn't quite get further forward. Is the question about how many can you grab, or how many they'll be happy with.
And you judge it, see what you can do with like 12 seem to be way too close.
It's Carlton Hart and Centeno have a free kick. Themselves an opportunity for the second half's first goal, which was set for Howards, was blocked by Cow. You're already thinking ahead for this Carlton side of what this could now mean. Certainly if Jada Centeno is to be a bigger part of what is to come for them this season. He's one of a few names that has shone this season. Matty Hawker's made a bright start to the second half of the calendar year. Likewise as Howard, who's caught the armband. An entrusted and chosen leader. Marua had it steered down the line. On by Magro, returned by Cal for Marua. Away beyond Hawker, Howard won it, and Vari got further in. Stayed for Centeno now, who could go on the counter. And Vari, Svekopoulos got a foot in. And Vari unable to find a way further forward.
On the way. Yeah, come, look at me. Look at this.
As ball was steered for Cow again. Not sure if you can hear in the background, there is some broadcast innovation going on behind us from our commissioner Josh Fusco, and acting secondary cameraman at the moment, Nick Parthamos, as Centeno will drive. And Vari through the legs of Svekopoulos. Cow and Marua got in a muddle. And the innovation is some sort of roaming second camera. The quote from Josh Fusco is, there is so much we could do with this. And to be honest with you, he's not wrong. So he will now, as commissioner, obviously hypothesise what could be done in order to push broadcasting standards for Series Futsal here in Victoria and, of course, across the nation. There's Jarrett Smith back with play, took deftly. Marua got in the way and Vari ensured the door stayed closed. Fabian Chachi has been not shy of encouragement this evening, though, understanding the situation, the predicament his side find themselves in. A difficult night is perhaps putting it delicately. So he will receive the reassurance from many in the futsal community. It can happen, it does happen. Job is not at full time yet, but for Carlton Heart, they maybe have already got one eye on next week for Reece Inter-Reece-Co. Well on track for a first win of the campaign. Humar to follow for a returning fixture against Fitzroy to round out the month of August. 1-0 are whom they meet right at the start of September as we move from winter to spring in the calendar. And what can be some grisly Darebin evenings, hopefully brighten a little bit, hopefully gather a couple of degrees as well. And for the meantime, Centeno looked to take it, the ball was rolling. You think for Pascovel, a long time out of the women's game. We're perhaps not expecting to be returning in entire losing style in opening 4 games. Project is lengthy, of course. We are simply in its opening installation. There's Jarrett Smith battle. Jarrett Smith had stayed down. Claire will be halted just to ensure that she is okay. A little bit of a tricky tumble. Oh, is thankfully okay to continue. And Vari's quick to take it on and quick to take the space. Cow was across to intervene. Moved on for Jarrett Smith, who had Cow up with her. Can Pascovel steal something? Cow will hit the base of the post. It's comfortably the best opportunity, though, they have created so far tonight. In order, if not to get something back into the game, in order to blemish the Carlton Heart clean sheet. As Centeno, oh my word, that's wonderful. And the save had only just kept it away. Knew and got there in the nick of time to deny Jada Centeno something special. Player who has been a real spark this evening. Driving is Hawker. Taken over by Elliott, who went with whip. Newitt equal to it. Magro swarmed upon. Again, Elliott will have another go. Centeno couldn't find her centrally. Magro then picked it off. Hawker proved too many to go around for Pascovel themselves, though. You think to fixtures forthcoming. Following this, it's Fitzroy. It's around at August is 1-0 again. And then Melbourne Aku right at the start of spring and September. There's Elliott. There's an awkward one for Newen, who gathered at the second attempt, cut out by Howard. On for Centeno, return for Howard, they will waltz it in. Unlucky for some, though not unlucky this evening for Hearts, is 13. As for Reece Teresi, there's a glance at his watch and a glance at the time. Man whose celebrations have been relatively curtailed this evening, though have been expressed to good enough effect. And for his Carlton Heart team, there's been plenty to celebrate tonight as to, well, not only getting a first 3 points of the campaign, getting themselves up and running, getting a lot of goals on the board, and getting themselves going in rather emphatic style. Steered for Bowen, lovely swivel, and a good save out of Newen. That was sharp from Lucinda Bowen, who has looked relatively sharp right at the start of the campaign. As this is again for Hart. Not only getting them off the mark, it's a big boost to morale. Side who not only have picked up a point 7 sleeps ago, as Bowen will stroll in again. And they simply keep piling on the goals. For Hart, they pile on the joy. For Pascoe Vale, the pain is being added with interest as long as time ticks by. But it's a Hart side who were beaten 6-1 last week. They have finally got themselves going as Bowen and Joffa fire a deflection. That's a good save out of Newen, who had to readjust. Corner taken and steered in at the near post. Ever so deftly and comfortably. Stealing in was Howard, who applied the finishing touch. Lucinda Bowen let it roll. And Hart again have hit a quick fire double as Alice Cow has an opportunity and has got one back for Pascoe Vale. At least there is no clean sheet. And there is something to smile about for the Lions tonight, who, to put it bluntly, have not had the evening be theirs. As Bowen, with immediate reply, offers a response. And Hearts go back to front in very quick style. Bowen adds another for her personal tally. And Hart ensure the concession was not kept long. And a side who have had an emphatic evening. They want to ensure that that keeps rolling. McDougall twisting, turning. Set on for Howard. Bowen poked it for Howard again, who just couldn't divert it goalward. Agro couldn't find a way down the line. Bowen couldn't get it under. Recovered by Spekopoulos. Lucinda Bowen is quickly across the press. Neither manager, you get the feeling, will want to issue a timeout in this second half. Pascoe Vale wanting to see if they can snatch maybe another goal or two, just to give themselves something else to smile about tonight, another positivity and piece of progress to take. Time for the Lions, though. To quote Albion Chachi, it is what it is. It's Howard had evaded Marua and run out of room before being able to go further forward. closing in on a lapsing of 8 minutes of stop clock futsal right at the start of this second half, and though Pascovel withstood for a little bit, they well and truly were met by another hard onslaught in similar fashion to that of the first half, where they scored in quick succession. As Newen came crashing through, Bowen ensured it wasn't easy. Howard makes way for Hawker, who got this all going. A slip up the line where Hawker could intervene. Looking to find a way forward, away from one, away from two. Hawker is still holding off. And belatedly wins a free kick. She's been a find for Carlton Heart so far this campaign. Looked lively last week, likewise the week before. Has been a player that Reese and Teresi has looked to go to, has looked to mould, really. For Pascovel, you wonder. We've seen flashes out of Magro at times at the start of this campaign. You get the assumption that Sarah Moore will be back. As Bowen nearly mopped up a loose ball. And won a corner. But you have that premonition that Moore will in fact return to this side. You have a premonition that there could be a few more names forthcoming for the Lions. For not only Albion Chachi tonight, but Aidan Chachi, Noams Langham. Both of those two absent this evening. Both well and truly missed by the Pascovel fold as Bowen is twisting, is turning. Magro got a block in. Jarrett Smith came away with it. Marua looked to go further forward. Was met by McDougall, who saw it out of play while being ushered over herself. Again set on for Joffa, who gave it away for Magro, who had an opportunity to have a go. Awesome. Saw it fly wide of the post. So long for McDougall. Magro was in retreat. Hawker invited forward and away from Jarrett Smith. Hawker looked to go through the lot. And just for a second, Hart thought they had an opening. Hawker once more. Impeded by Svetkopoulos, who gave away a free kick. Two changes for Reese and Teresi being prepped. Magro makes way for Sania Chachi. It's Albion Chachi's credit. He has rotated when necessary so far this evening. Has not wanted to leave his players out for too long a stint. Size has been regular rotation. Joffa makes way for Elliott. Who is receiving quite a bit of instruction from Reese and Teresi, was tasked with staying alongside Jarrett Smith. She does so rather well. Nearing the halfway stage of this second half. Set for Svetkopoulos. Good read from Hawker, who can now go, has two up with her. Hawker did superbly to evade Jarrett Smith, slid it invitingly for Bowen. Intervention from Newen. Chachi to take over. Jarrett Smith, no way through McDougall. Okay, clipped for Marua centrally, who was marshalled well by Megan Elliott. With the ball on for Hawker. Bowen, Svetkopoulos just lunged at it. Chachi benefited. Bowen then won it back. Hawker's got a 3-on-2. Jarrett Smith intervenes. And now a 2-on-1 the other way. Greta Jarrett Smith went her own. And nearly caught it sweetly enough. Just for a second, Albion Chachi thought that was sizing up the top corner. As Anvari tiptoed in round the back of the lot and then just gave it the deftest of pokes through to add another to the Carlton Heart tally. Quickly makes way for Centeno. As Elliott now cut it out. Moved on for Anvari, set for Centeno, side netting. Scovell in this second half. Doing what they can as Elliott with a beauty. Marvellous goal from Megan Elliott, who couldn't have called it sweeter. Was well played out to her and struck it as sweet as you like first time. Nearly took the roof of the net off. A corker from one of Carlton's new girls. And it outlines really what the evening for them has been all about. The Centeno flick towards Anvari, well read by Newen, Svekopoulos, Magro, no further than Hawker. Elliott. Centeno drilled it wide of the near post. As again flung long, taken by Chachi, who went through the legs of Hawker. Megan Elliott recovered, set it on for Anvari. Couldn't quite measure it for Centeno, who had got the other side as well of Svekopoulos, who had to read it right. Elliott. Couldn't quite poke it for Centeno, cleared no further than Hawker by Magro. Megan Elliott. Couldn't quite work away further forward. Hawker will now do so. Got away from Chachi. It'll fall invitingly for Centeno, who in the chaos and the scramble couldn't get a shot away. Elliott will do so, and Newen will deny. As far as Hawker, who keeps it rolling. Set for Megan Elliott. Moved into Centeno. Good take from Hawker, who got away from Chachi. Moved on for Anvari, who ripples the side netting. As you begin to look towards the next installation of the night, Fitzroy, Melbourne, Aku, two teams who are the only two clubs to have been given the honour of holding the trophy, the title in Darebin. Tigers, the reigning champions, the incumbent holders of the crown. Aku, the ones who gave up the castle walls more than anything, and gave up the monarchy, abdicated at the start of the calendar year as Centeno went the back heel. Not for the first time tonight, has had many an attempt. Given away to Elliott, moved on for Anvari. Recovered by Svekopoulos, ball was too far ahead of Magro. When you think of what these two teams can offer, for Jimmy Soufas, for Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie returns to the touchline too tonight. They are looking to continue a strong start to the campaign. Only 2 points dropped by Fitzroy thus far. They are top of the table on goal difference. It's an Aku team who are only a point adrift of them. Back-to-back wins too, since opening day disappointment for QE Mew & Co. As in the meantime, Centeno will add yet one more. Waltzed her way through and just steered it beyond Newen. The space opened up invitingly. It was a terrifically taken goal. Jada Centeno's had a night. Has looked a threat. Has had many an opportunity, majority of which she's taken rather well. For Pascoe Vale, it does get bleaker, bit by bit. Albion Chachi is using this though, an evening of experimentation, of a learning curve in and of itself, and was full of praise. But Centeno again, denied by Newen. Marua couldn't prevent the corner. Another Carlton set piece. Elliott's take, set for Hawker. Centeno. Good move from Amvari, who hit the outside of the post. And then Velby and Chachi this evening may not be one to remember. Maybe one where Pascoe Vale simply dusted off, act as though it never happened. He was full of praise for his side at half-time. Appreciated their efforts, appreciated the fight that they have shown. As Marua couldn't steer it towards the near post, has been full of applause for the futsal on display when they have been able to play it. As Reece Teresi tests his own touch on the touchline. Someone who is fond of his playing career. Gave a little bit of a side part of entertainment in the Carlton Heart manager. Simply feeling more comfortable, more relaxed now that he knows his side are up and running for the new season. Not quite a timeout issued as things continue. And Elliott will have it trickle under, and the rebound will be saved superbly. A really good second save from Newen. Another Carlton corner. They are being denied 2 sets of 10. Some way, somehow, right at this moment in time. Corner taken for Hawker, who gave it some whip. And he got the faintest fingertip on the way over. Will be another corner. Hawker. Cleared only to Svekopoulos. On the way further forward is Cal. They look to tiptoe her way further forward. Svekopoulos gave it a drive, though drove it over. Bowen. Tasked to go and carry. Moved on for Joffa. Taken over. And steered well by Centeno, and the follow-in from Elliott. 2 sets of 10 for Carlton Heart, who have quintupled their goal intake for the season this evening. Capitalised on Pascoe Vale being a little bit forlorn. Have been slower out of the traps. But Heart have got themselves going in a really good way. We're able to get further forward, but for Reece Teresi and co. Centeno in particular has starred. Couldn't find any sort of further flourish. You must wonder, Velby and Chachi, and for Pascoe Vale, what could come of things from here. As McDougall to drive down the line. Magra got a foot in. Couldn't quite keep it. Bowen. Joffa. And the question for them with 5 to go is how many more do they wish to take? Or is Svekopoulos now going to chalk one more for Pascoe Vale? Cow is in behind, and Olsen will make a save. Albion Chachi wants time out. Some way, somehow, and he will get it. So just under 5 to the close. We will go to timeout in this second half. It's Carlton Heart 20, Pascoe Vale 1. Returning from timeout. Baskerville themselves searching for yet more to take from the night. There's Bowen. Moved it on for Joffa. Couldn't find a way through Svekopoulos. She in turn had it cut out by Cow. Marie Svekopoulos, who was in goal in the first half, has deputised well from that point. Steered for Magro, who simply cleared her lines. Olsen will simply restart things.
Oh my god.
Bowen. As Carlton Hart have another corner. There was no timeout further issued. Set for Joffa, who will give it a drive. She's had a good night. As Lara Joffa restored to the Carlton Hart fold. It's been a night really for Reese and Teresi's side where they've had a lot of positives. They've had a lot of players coming back, all of whom have got themselves not necessarily up to full sharpness, but you suggest for Carlton this evening, getting off the mark for the campaign was the initial goal. For Reese and Teresi and co, they have done that. It's about what they can build from here. For Emma Olsen, there will be no clean sheet, which she will be a little bit frustrated about, without a doubt, as all the keepers' union will be upon concession. As Bowen, does she fancy a go? Oh, it's a beauty! An absolute beauty from Lucinda Bowen. Underside of the bar and in, and that may be the pick of the bunch. That was a wonderful strike. A really well hit finish from Carlton's top scorer this season, their regular source of goals at the start of this campaign. Bowen has done brilliantly tonight, as continued to kick on as Reese and Teresi hoped she would, as this side hoped she would. As Joffa once again moved it on for McDougall. Jowett Smith, to her credit, has battled hard. Joffa, and again Jowett Smith proved too tough to go beyond. As the curtain raiser for the evening, Hart well and truly making sure that their act was as finely tuned as possible. It has been a super night for them. As Centeno, who also has starred upon her return, one of the others that Reese and Teresi wanted to get into the fold in really good stead. That's a good read from Svekopoulos, who got away from Joffa too, towards the back post where Olsen was there to go and gather it. We've got 3 to the close in Darabin from the evening's opening instalment, and Vari's getting prepped for her reintroduction. Bowen got it back from Centeno. Lucinda Bowen went to drive. McDougall will recover it from Marua's clearance. Centeno fancied a drive. Ewan was equal to it. Centeno then picked it back up, and Joffa has got all the time and all the space, went the return, and it just couldn't find the flick to finish it off. Chachi now gave it away to McDougall, who looked to go beyond Cow. She stood firm. Svekopoulos warding off Centeno. That's a good ball in order to find Marua. The game has become stretched in its latter stages. Pascovel have a corner. 2:19 to the close. Emma Olsen being helped up by Lucinda Bowen. Could have proved an awkward save for her. Could Pascovel pinch another before the night is out for them? Taken by Chachi. Svekopoulos steered it over. So it's not the only this evening, of course, in installation. We talked about the middle game, the closing game, Hume and 1-0, two teams who have had relatively positive starts to their respective campaigns too. The Black Army looking to keep pace with Fitzroy at the top of the table early. 1-0 themselves can also look to do so and rebound from the rather hefty defeat they suffered at the hands of the reigning champions a week ago. In the meantime, Amvari Lovely footwork away from Svekopoulos and just flashed it across the face. Was flung long, and Vari. Hawker looked to get in, and perhaps kickstart a counter. Bowen had to clear. Rule was lurking. Ball was rolling. As Elliott will come on, you suspect, for the closing stint. As Hawker. Elliott. Good thread for Bowen, who lunged to keep it alive. Hawker. And Vari. And Bowen, that's a really worked move and a good save from Nguyen at the near post. Hawker to kickstart again. Carlton Hart have not let up this evening. The conversation would have been as Elliott saunters in behind and wins a corner from Reece and Teresi. Whether or not they would have looked to keep going, would have looked to inflict as many as possible. It has certainly been the case for them. As Elliott and Vari. Svekopoulos stood her up. Good poke from Cowers. Elliott wanted to turn. Bowen, Hawker. Cinder Bowen. And again Elliott, though Cowers in to read it and read it well. Magro could only clear her lines in the end, in truth. Bowen, final 60 seconds of the opening instalment for Friday night. It's one for Carlton Hart that could not have gone better as far as they are concerned. Pascoe Vale, there are all things considered tonight. Perhaps things to fine-tune. They will be hoping all the illnesses, all the injuries this squad has suffered in the first month of the season, it's all come at a torrid time for them. The kickstart of the new campaign, they've not had the players available that they would have liked. Not just for Albion Charchi this season, but for Albion as well in recent weeks. They will wonder and hope that they can get themselves going as soon as possible and truly get themselves underway in the new campaign. Magro no way forward, good read from Bowen, and Vari on the counter, two up with her, one of whom was Elliott, who hit the post. They are still wanting to set maybe one last exclamation point on an evening that Fahad has provided so much. It's been a goal-laden night, a plethora of them for Carlton Hart, who have got themselves back within positive goal difference. Elliott maybe one for the roads. The side netting has rippled. As Bowen got a foot in, Cowell rekindled it. Svekopoulos couldn't steer it further forward, and Vari. Magro's foot in, and Vari once more in the nick of time. Tonight by Nguyen. So, not the night for Pascoe Vale, but for Carlton Hart, they are finally up and running in the second half of the calendar year. Full time in Darabin, Carlton Hart's 21, Pascoe Vale 1. And so, after an emphatic first win of the campaign, I've got Carlton Heart manager Reese Interisi here with me. Reese, how good is it to finally be off the mark?
Yeah, great. That's the statement we wanted. I felt like we were in both contests last 2 weeks. Truthfully, I felt like we had the chance to win. Creation's not an issue. Scoring was a bit of an issue. I think we had the first 6 chances of the game last week, had the first 5 against 1-0. Didn't put it away, punish, then you're facing time pressure. And for me, that was our downfall. So we wanted to get rid of that as soon as we could tonight, take it out of control, and then have more control of the game.
You did mention the frustration you'd felt earlier on in this season with the chances not quite falling for you. You get the opportunity not only for the side that have played the early weeks of the season, but some of those new girls coming back too, to get themselves sharp, to take some of those chances. How big a boost is that to your morale and to your confidence now going forward?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that really sums up our off-season as well. Had some transfers that didn't come through for unforeseen reasons. We couldn't finish our shots. It was consistent. I feel like now we've turned that corner. The girls trust the process really well. They really trust what we're doing. I get great numbers at training, probably some of the best numbers I've had at training, period. So they're part of what we're doing. They know that there's going to be competition. They know that there's more girls on the way that want to be a part of what we're doing. So something like this is a statement to say, we know what we're doing as management, the captains know what we're doing, and the players know now what we want to do. So yeah, really happy, great morale boost.
And you perhaps have the narrative of yet another rebuild around this side this season. Is that now what we can expect out of Carlton Heart more consistently? You said the performances haven't necessarily matched the results to kickstart the season, but now having got something like that under your belt, will we start to see hopefully a more confident Carlton more consistently?
Yeah, I mean, rebuild's a funny word because I'm 3 rebuilds now in 3 seasons, but when you rebuild, you've got to rebuild with longevity, and there were maybe some points in time where I was recruiting for the now, not for the future. I think what I'm doing now is I'm recruiting for seasons to come. You know, Fitzroy worked quietly at that while everyone else had their thumbs tweedling, and now the result is huge. So when you build for the future and you build, you invest, you do what Mourinho said, investments from the past, that's where you're going to get. So that's what we're doing. That's the idea. Everyone's on the same page now.
Reese, pleasure as always to talk to you. Congratulations on getting off the mark for the season, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heath.
The night's second instalment is one of real particular interest. It's a Fitzroy team who have only dropped 2 points so far this campaign throughout its opening 3 weeks. Sit top of the table on goal difference and, well, proved quite a ruthless edge last week against 1-0 up against an Aku team who, despite disappointment on opening night, back-to-back wins is a sign for QEMU & Co that they are getting it together. Two teams that are the only two really since we made the move to Darabin that are respective title winners. The Tigers themselves are hunting a bit of history this season and now this calendar year, having to go the whole calendar year to win back-to-back league titles. It would take them level on top of the all-time title winners race. So for a Fitzroy team, they are hunting not only history, maybe what Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie and co consider as their destiny, and something that has been built towards over not just seasons, over calendar years in and of itself. You go back to Thomastown, there are still members of that squad that are members of this one. They were title winners back then, they were title winners last season, and are hoping to continue in that vein. It's an Aku team, though, that could perhaps pose them a problem, specifically if they continue the rich vein that they have shown in recent weeks. And already you see from both of these two teams, there is a want to get at one another. Isabella Chincotta's up against her former side, spent the first half of the year as a Fitzroy Tiger. That story of the exchange of players between Fitzroy and Aku, not just in the men's arena but in the women's arena too, continues to be, well, quite a fruitful one for both of these two clubs. There is a regular exchange in terms of the talent that both have to offer. It is the reigning champions, though, who know what is ahead of them tonight. They can stay at the top of the table, bar a truly terrific Hume display in the closer for Aku. They've got an opportunity, if they win, to go above Fitzroy, to go above Hume temporarily, and to go to the top of the tree themselves for the first time since they were last title winners. There is a lot on the line for both of these two. Even though the season is in its early weeks, it is closing out its first month at the end of tonight. Both of these clubs know the importance of a good start, know the importance of a quick start. Fitzroy have mastered that art since we made the move to Darabin. There are a few who have scored more in the first 10 than the Tigers. For Aku too, not only wanting to get themselves back in the fray of potentially being contenders, but they all want to overwrite 3 rather big drubbings at the hands of their modern rivals well and truly in the first half of this calendar year. As Diana Frescalzo's on the early march, and ball to the back post was behind Amanda Araha, joined by Neve McClure, Layla Abdul-Latif and Beth Mason-Jones, all who were given the nod to start for the Tigers tonight. Rebecca Yee is entrusted and restored in Melbourne Aku's goal. We've got Fogarty, Best, Mergianos and Chincotta, who certainly turned heads last week in the way that they were able to combine with one another. It was a truly terrific duo. And a great 1-2 punch that both offered an Aku team that won against Carlton Hart rather convincingly in the end. They did give up a couple of early opportunities. They rode their luck at the start. The important thing, though, for QEMU & Co tonight, there is no Jess Au, who provides a big option as Abdul Latif is on the charge through the legs of Best on for Frescalzo, who returned in kind for Layla Abdul Latif. She looked to get a shot away. Chincotta blocked. And Fitzroy have an early corner. And you think for the firepower for the reigning champions they have on the bench. For Scott Rogan, Jimmy Sufas, Dharma Georgie, who's back on the touchline having served her suspension, and Claudia Frescalzo is amongst the substitutes tonight. She again is on a return from a little bit of a knock which she picked up last week. Thankfully was deemed fit enough to play. Had missed the week before as well against Hume. Isabella Chincotta has got herself a free kick. Fogarty is over it and waiting. Aku wanting to land an early punch. They had made a bit of a habit of taking the lead against the Tigers when these two teams met in the early installation of 2026. Chincotta is hustled by Araha. Had no way further beyond. Has been that message of ruthlessness, of wanting now, having reached the summit, to stay there. Not just this season, but in terms of futsal in this state. Has been a long time coming for Fitzroy, who, knowing there are a lot of teams in respective rebuilds, will fancy their chances of going back-to-back this season. Already are the pace setters early on. There's the corner set for Mergianos, who called it sweet. Though steered it wide of the post. Good find from Cincotta, who clipped it with a good amount of pace for her. Invited Mergianos to come on first time. Zaraha keeps her calm. Sets it for McClure. Abdulatif now. Diana Frescalzo. Neve McClure, who's got best to go at. Frescalzo, Abdulatif. Araha let it run back for Mason Jones, who had already touched it in the display. So an early Aku opportunity to land a blow in this game. Fogarty and Mergianos holding court over who will take. Fogarty's another one we've not seen for a little bit of time. It's been an evening for reintroductions already. Mergianos will set for Fogarty, away from Frescalzo, denied by Mason Jones, not once but twice. A tidy first couple of saves for the Fitzroy shot stopper. As again Abdulatif is released. Good movement from McClure, set for Araha, who was within range. Cincotta was aware of that and closed her down. Abdulatif looking to tiptoe forward, wins a corner. Two early Fitzroy set pieces. McClure. Araha got a ricochet. Fogarty looked to clip for best. The ball was far too forceful. And thus trickled its way out of play. Has been for the reigning champions, who hit well in excess of over a century of goals last campaign, maybe telling signs they could be on their way to a similar statistical marvel. They're wanting themselves to get within similar range in front of goal this season. There's been a ruthlessness that's shown. I've already hit double digits twice in the space of 3 weeks. You suggest likewise it was against Hume a fortnight ago. This will not be as easy. Abdulatif, that's a lovely ball. McClure looked to return it in kind. Now Frescalzo. Neve McClure just whipped it wide of the near post. For Rebecca, who's had a little bit to do early. As there are a pair of early changes made by this Fitzroy side. Ava Bridis and Jana Bennett, both of whom are injected early. Bridis, one of the new additions, Bennett as well. The two key statement signings made, already looking to combine with one another. Bridis' return a little too heavy. Guys amongst the substitutes. Side for the Tigers, Romy Heasley, who wants to make certainly an impact. Balkiswal Jarin, Alicia Rowan as well. As Cincotta battled her way forward, Frescalzo was central. Bennett patiently on for Araha. Diana Frescalzo. Lovely footwork to evade Mergianos. Bennett, whose return was cut out well. Jana Bennett didn't give up on it, though Fogarty now can't go. And it's away from Bridis. Fogarty, not beyond Mason Jones, who cleared in a hurry. Cincotta then lost it. Bennett steered it for Bridis, who had the door closed by Simone Kenny. Frescalzo couldn't find Bennett, who stayed forward. Really frantic pace, which the opening to this game's been played at. Araha, Mergianos and Bridis entangled. And Annabelle Mergianos gave away a free kick. So Fitzroy's first look from a position of particular promise. Amanda Araha's well within range. 2 in the Aku wall. Amanda Araha will drill it into Fogarty, and Frescalzo's returning effort will be fired over. Jarin getting readied. Kenny, good from Frescalzo. Gianos at the second attempt, got out. Kenny, best. Tried to ward off Bennett, couldn't. Bridis. On the switch for Frescalzo. Couldn't find a way down the line. Return for Mason Jones instead. It's been a very watchful start for QEMU & Co. as Amanda Araha. Bennett set for Frescalzo. On the switch for Bridis. Fitzroy just ticking, turning the screw. Frescalzo looked to thread it, cut out by Miller Best, who did not have Mergianos on the overlap. Araha's first stint reaches its conclusion, while Jarin will well and truly enter the fray. A trio of changes getting readied on the touchline as Bridis took over. Bennett, space for Frescalzo, who found no way through Chincotta. Aku side, who used the first half of the year as a rebuild. QEMU was very open about that last week. Now starting to see what they can do in this second half, if there are any further strides to be taken. Perhaps maybe not towards immediate contention, but to taking it back up to the teams towards the top of the tree. As here is Frescalzo. Rebecca Yee parried. Frescalzo's second drive was met by the base of the post. As Miller Best looked to deftly guide it down the line. Chincotta and Frescalzo saw the ball out of play. If you've just joined us, first of all, a very good evening to you. And secondly, Carlton Hart got off the mark in emphatic style in the early kickoff, though. In the second edition, 2 teams that have earmarked themselves as the state's finest come the last 2 years, not just 18 months going at it, as Chincotta is in behind, the touch too heavy, and invited Mason Jones to mop up. Bennett now. Again for Ava Bridis, who stepped aside too and flashed it wide at the far post. Her first real look, though. The footwork to take it beyond the pair who wanted to win it offer was wonderful. And it just didn't quite have the finishing touch it required. As Kenny looked to evade wild Jarin, who was too tough to go beyond. Bennett tried to blaze it for McClure with too much power. Chincotta gave it a go from the side ball, though. Steered it over, steered it without worry for Mason Jones. 7.5 minutes of stop clock futsal that's flown by. Two sides who are just wanting to see where the opening is with one another. Has felt in its early instance akin to what we saw upon our early times in Darabin between these two. Think back to not just this time last year, but times before it too, when we first made the move, and they provided us with many an enticing title battle. McClure on the charge, the side netting was rippled. Rebecca Yee was worried just for a brief second. Good find for Fogarty. Looked to flick for Kenny. Mason Jones with a good piece of judgment, while Jarin. Bridis. Just wanted to calm things down and set Fitzroy on their way once more, while Jarin, too heavy for Bennett to go and get onto. And a timeout issued already by QEMU, who wants a word. So for these two, both have made a bright start. The deadlock unbroken. We are where we started. It's Melbourne Aku 0, Fitzroy 0. So early timeout for QEMU and Melbourne Aku. Maybe he wanted a word. His side, who have only got one available to them on the bench tonight. When will that become a factor? You think about all of the options, all of the different combinations for which Fitzroy could work with. And it just poses that little bit of a threat, that little back of a mind demon that Aku will be hoping doesn't come to the fore, though. That's given away to Al Jarin. McClure. No way through. Kenny and the ball in order to find Heasley, who was instated at the half-time, who was awaiting introduction in truth for a couple minutes beforehand. It's been a Fitzroy team who have created a couple of decent opportunities, have not yet been able to find a way through in full. While Jarin, McClure, that's deft. Bridis took over. Had two to go with, whom she evaded well. Cut out by Chincotta through the legs of Bridis, no further than Wild Jarin. And now an opportunity for Kenny. Mason Jones with a super challenge and a critical one as well. Her first bit of vital outside intervention. Perhaps to preserve parity. As the space opened up for Kenny. Mason Jones for Heasley. The ball was set far too far away from McClure. Chincotta is readying to take. Can Aku capitalise? Bridis read it well, or is she about to go the other way? Heasley is with her. Ava Bridis charging at best. Set for Wild Jarin. McClure. Ava Bridis. Space for Heasley. Kenny got a foot in. Chincotta, Mergianos, best. Again for Simone Kenny, who looked to switch for Mergianos and did so with good weight, though Mergianos' touch was too heavy. And she thus was unable to keep it alive. Rowan brought on for her first go. Leila Abdul-Latif reintroduced. Mason Jones. McClure. Switch for Abdul-Latif. Halfway stage of this first half, which has been quickly forthcoming. Still neither side has been able to make inroads. Both had their respective flurries of opportunities. Chincotta. Good ball for Mergianos, who steered it for Fogarty. She acrobatically went to take it down. The ball was far beyond her, though. Victoria have controlled things up to this point in time. Though yet to find a breakthrough. Abdul Latif went searching. Cincotta again cut it out. Mergianos wanted the return. Too heavy for Isabella Cincotta to do more with it. So those two have looked to link up well, and on many an occasion. McClure on the switch for Abdul Latif. Frescalzo Araha getting readied. And Rowan just couldn't quite get it under. See for Mergianos. Fogarty. They just have not been able really to string any meaningful move together. Aku's opportunities have come on the break when they have arrived. Mason Jones allowed a venture. Heasley, that's a deft touch. Abdul Latif now just looked to clip it for Rowan at the back post, who'd got free. McClure. Abdul Latif. And the switch is there for Niamh McClure, who wins a corner. Has been the conjurer of a few clutch Fitzroy moments as McClure this year already. It's the kind of night where that will be required once again. A corner for Abdul Latif, and Rowan wore it via a ricochet. And there will just be a check as to her well-being. It was certainly caught with force, and the deflection took it unbeknownst into Rowan. It was a rather nasty one to wear. Niamh McClure just gesturing to the bench. She may well make way for Diana Frescalzo. I hope that she can continue, that it's not too serious. Is in conversation with both Jimmy Soufis and Dharma Georgie. We hope that Rowan is all right. Frescalzo on for Abdul Latif, who again wanted to go at best. Mergianos was there to intervene centrally. McClure. Heasley wanted a gap. Fogarty was there to ensure it didn't open up. Best under pressure. Cincotta. Back down by Abdul Latif. Couldn't find a way out. Fogarty went with height and to good effect. Best wanting to turn McClure, who picked her pocket. Set back for Mason Jones, who looked to search for Layla Abdul Latif and couldn't quite find her. Now Abdul Latif again, it was awkward for Yi. Frescalzo, Heasley, McClure. Fitzroy finding the groove. McClure tiptoed beyond two. Was chipped away by Mergianos. Abdul Latif will see it out of play. Heasley, Frescalzo. Tidy return. Abdul Latif now evaded best with ease. Still Layla Abdul Latif. Deflection took it for a corner. Heasley's take. McClure left it for Frescalzo. They will do it all over again. This time well read by Mergianos, who is stranded forward on her own. Abdul Latif there to recover. Mason Jones, McClure. Jimmy Soufis wanting his side just to settle. They've slowly carved out more chances for themselves in order to go and grasp the opening goal. Abdul Latif easily held the space well. Fraction too heavy for McClure, who rekindled with it. That's a measured ball for Frescalzo. McClure couldn't find a way beyond Kenny. Though they are building, are the reigning champions. Abdul Latif. Cincotta just keeping the door closed. Frescalzo. Heasley, good switch for McClure. Abdul Latif made a smart run and was found well. Kenny was too tough to go beyond. He gave Chincotta the early call. They've done well at shutting them down in the centre. Have Kurimu's side so far is Simone Kenny. That's nicely done. Fogarty. No way through for Scalzo, who, having evaded a pair in Evergreen wanting to pounce, let it trickle out of play. Araha again brought back into things. As both searched for an opener. Abdulatif went inventively and invitingly for Araha. He was alert and got out quickly to meet it. Chincotta had nobody further forward. As the latest Eve McClure stint comes to its conclusion too. And so far, for Fitzroy, it's been a slight source of frustration. Aku have defended diligently. Abdulatif did well under pressure, found for Scalzo. And now the space for Abdulatif, who could have a go at Chincotta. Set it for Bridis. Abdulatif, nicely worked for Scalzo. Still trying to turn Kenny, was unsuccessful. Chincotta tiptoed out of trouble. Best. Fogarty was sold short, picked off by Araha. Frascalzo set it in return. Rebecca Yee makes a big save. Almost all of Aku's good work had come undone as Mason Jones gave it away. Fogarty went from range and it bounced agonisingly wide of the post. Almost a goal gifted at either end. He with a big save. Mason Jones gave it away and had her blushes spared by Fogarty, unable to find the target. Kenny's looked lively so far. Giannos is the one having a stint right now. And we've got 5 to the break in Darabin. A quarter of an hour. Without either side finding a way. Fitzroy have slowly upped the ante. There's Bennett, good footwork, away from Chincotta. On for Frascalzo. Wanted to clip it centrally where Bridis was waiting, though could only find the side netting. It's been a different look about Aku in this half. They have got that grit back that gave them so much success. Kenny, again Araha has been lively. Certainly went on the press. So far they have been steadfast and unmoved. Mason Jones, that's a great ball in order to find Frascalzo. Bennett, Araha, no way beyond Kenny. Mason Jones had stayed high and now there's space for Jana Bennett. Oh, the switch for Frascalzo via a little ricochet. Going at Fogarty. Clipped it for Bennett. And Rebecca Yee at close quarters made the save, and maybe at some personal cost. It was hit with force. And there is the check-up. Chincotta played it out in order to check on Rebecca Yee. Who is just getting an extensive assurance that she's all right. Aku are without a second choice keeper. There is no Aisha Attic for them on the bench tonight, who had played a smashing hand last week. Got herself into the team of the week. Lost out to Chincotta to Bridis, though maybe with too much force. Aku have got themselves a free kick. And just as Fitzroy were looking to fire forward, it almost opened up perfectly for them. Best blazed it, Chincotta ahead of Bennett, though no further. Mason Jones saw Frascalzo, who wanted to roll it for Bridis, immediately was enclosed, and Rebecca Yee had to pour away for a corner. Fitzroy finding the rhythm. Araha couldn't get beyond Mergianos initially. Still going is Amanda Araha. Mergianos stayed firm. Frescalzo, that's well weighted. Araha steered it, and Cincotta cut out and cleared under immense pressure. They are just starting to find more dangerous areas. Are the reigning champions as Bennett. Araha. Frescalzo. Jana Bennett gave it away. Isabella Cincotta only had one forward. Again entangled with Bridis. Mason Jones was short. First half that has been played at a really good kilter. Cincotta, Mergianos, well marshalled by Bennett. Frescalzo now had two to compete with. Best got it back from Kenny. Miller Best on for Isabella Cincotta, whose touch just invited Mason Jones to get a foot in. Quick glance at the clock for QEMU. 3 to half time. Second installation of matchday 4. Series Futsal Women's 2026.2 in Darabin. Best whipped it wider the near post and won a corner in the process. Cincotta's take set for Miller Best, blocked by Bennett. They won't mind this. A little bit stop-starty for a side of 6 tonight. Opportunity perhaps for a bit of a breather. They've had a lot of defending to do in this opening half and will have more to do so now. Space for Ava Bridis, who has got Simone Kenny to go at. Araha. Gianos, that favoured Bennett. Bridis. Again, Kenny did well. Frescalzo got the final flick before it found its way out of play. Unfamiliar territory for the Tigers, who are yet to be held in truth this entire calendar year in the first half. You may very well have to go back to the closing installation of 2025 as far as this league is concerned to an edition of this fixture, the last time they were held in the opening 20 this late on, as Araha forces another good save out of Yi. Another Fitzroy corner. And the timeout slip has stayed firmly rooted to the ground for now. Though you wonder if they cannot carve an opening when it will be cashed in. For now they are piling on the pressure. Bride is short. Araha returned it. Set with more depth this time for McClure. Fogarty holding firm. Ava Bridis, who again wants to find a yard. She has looked to make things happen in this first half. Bennett likewise. Jana Bennett in particular just looking more at home as the weeks pass. As a Fitzroy Tiger, though Mergianos now could counter. Kenny's up with her. Ball was, well, telegraphed by McClure, who played it smartly. And then a bit of friendly fire with Mason Jones, though to neither's personal detriment. Good fling for Bridis, who flashed it wide of the far post. Maybe the first clean look she's had. Akiwa doing their bit. QEMU would be delighted until now. Could either pinch something before the break in order to break this game open. Bennett measured and well for Bridis. Waited on McClure to arrive. Beyond Kenny, though out of room before being able to tiptoe further forward. 80 seconds to the break in Darabin. And just where Aku had won it back, they have given it away, and there is Scott Rogan quickly over to issue a timeout. So Fitzroy, in the dying embers of the first half, will issue their own timeout. We are still without a goal in Darebin. It's Melbourne Aku 0, Fitzroy 0. Returning from timeout. The timeout was issued. You might have seen from the second camera that we've well and truly got amongst us. We talked about innovation early on in the broadcast. There's a good sight of it. Was well and truly in that Tigers huddle, wanting to see what they could conjure before the break. Jimmy Soufas was full of instruction, full of encouragement. His side have again hardly put a foot wrong in this opening installation. Created opportunities, though, are not yet to take one. As we hit the final 60 seconds of the first half. Played at a really good pace, at a really good quality. Likewise was that ball from Kenny. Mergianos' touch a little loose, which allowed Bennett to recover it. Araha, McClure couldn't steer it for Frescalzo. First time in a little while, Aku have gone toe-to-toe for this long with Fitzroy. Fogarty with a late side ball. Could they find an opening? Fizzed towards Mergianos, who was crowded out by McClure. Now Frescalzo, encased in evergreen. Fogarty and Mergianos. It's a good block from Bennett, and it had to be. Frescalzo's flick only fell for Kenny. Fogarty in behind is Mergianos, and it will trickle over the line. Mason Jones got a foot to it, but Aku in the final minute of the first half lead the reigning champions. Mergianos got a shot away. Mason Jones thought she had done enough to divert it wide of the post. Though with 24 seconds to half-time, in a half that has been closely contested, where opportunities, especially for Aku, have been fraught, slightly against the run of play, they've got themselves ahead. And it is up to Fitzroy to reply. McClure wanting to do so before the break, whipped her effort wide. One of two really good looks they'd conjured. Araha late for Frescalzo. For Araha, can they make something happen? They can. With 2 seconds to go, Amanda Araha steals in an equaliser. And finally, the opportunities make good. And that is how quickly they can reply. Maybe a stroke of fortune. Amanda Araha will not care one bit, nor will Fitzroy, though we have got a game on our hands. The reigning champions held by those who used to hold the crown, they currently do. As we go to the break in Darebin, it's Melbourne Aku 1, Fitzroy 1. Returning from the break here in Darabin. 1-1 between these two in what is a very quickly becoming a fierce modern rivalry. Fitzroy and Aku, the only two teams that have won a title here in Darabin since we made the move, and both of them have delivered in droves in what had promised to be a blockbuster second installation for QEMU & Co. They have been building towards something like this, slowly and quietly, but now they are seizing an opportunity to put their name in the headlights. For the Hume contingency who are watching on, they'd be loving this. More drop points means they've got a chance to go top in and of themselves, outright on their own, come evening's end, if it stays this way though. Here is Abdul Latif, and Rebecca Yee made a smart save down low. Fitzroy wanting the fastest of starts to this second half. Frescalzo, Abdul Latif, Bridis had opened up. Chincotta was quick to go and press her. Leila Abdul Latif once more, steered for Diana Frescalzo, ball a fraction too heavy. Now you look at the four that Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie and co have gone with at the start of this second half. It provides a lot of creativity, quite a lot of expression as well. And you think of Diana Frescalzo in her own right is a player who perhaps flies under the radar at times. Amanda Ra has grown in stature through her time at Fitzroy. Those two in particular will be wanting to stamp themselves on this second half as Fogarty could only find a way further forward. And here is Abdul Latif, who looked to move it for Bridis. Fogarty saw it all the way back for Rebecca Yee. Araha with a good read and a good strike. He was equal to it. Gathered without much fuss. Again, search long. Again, up for Frescalzo. Tidy from Araha. Abdul Latif away from Chincotta. And still going, but to set for Bridis. Fogarty got a flick, which could prove important. Ava Bridis. Abdul Latif. Sizing up best. Bridis. Again, beyond best, beyond Chincotta. Ava Bridis worked a yard and scored a stunner. Wonderful hit. Away from two terrifically, and then a spearing drive to turn this game round. Picked the top corner with the plum. And Bridis, who has been a frequent source of goals early in this season, continues to add to her respective tally. And is maybe slightly eyeing an early Golden Boot candidacy. She's in the picture. Likewise for Frescalzo, who drills it in off the base of the post. A quick 1-2 punch to steer Fitzroy firmly away. Super finish. Steered off the base of the post. Angle perfect, precise and pinpoint. And where they had to wait almost the entire 20 in the first half for a breakthrough, Fitzroy found two in next to no time, right at this second half start. And all the Aku work from those early stages is undone as Fogarty flashed it across the face, too tall for Cincotta. That is what they do. In a flash of ivory at the start of the second half. Fitzroy now firmly in command. Daraha was picked off it by Kenny, who had a go, and Mason Jones palmed away for a corner. And the question is posed to QE Mu and Co of how they can respond. There is a wry smile from the Aku boss on the touchline. Corner set for Fogarty. Bridis got in a flash. Rebecca Yee had to be calm as Ava Bridis was bustling and had stayed forwards. Rebecca Yee made a good save. Bridis hunting a double. Mergianos maybe ready to come back in. Araha with depth. Frescalzo just for a second thought about a half volley. Abdulatif. Frescalzo. Can he try to crowd her out? Fogarty, that's deft. Really deft under pressure. Bridis was unrelenting though. And was just unable to keep it alive. Though Aku have been well and truly victim to a Fitzroy surge as Kenny will pull one back. And they are right back in the game. In a flash, Aku within one. Brilliantly beyond Bridis, and the finish was cool. Super goal from Simone Kenny. And Melbourne Aku are not going away without any sort of question being posed. Position perhaps they'd been in before, where things had threatened to get away from them in this fixture and had done. Sign that this side has pushed on. Good challenge from Cincotta. Fogarty firmly too far for best. Though all of a sudden again, the dynamic is altered. As Best was twisting and turning, though only doing so out of room. Abdulatif, the other way for Bridis. Layla Abdulatif, McClure had opened up momentarily, and for Bridis instead, who again can go at best. Abdulatif, lovely ball for Frescalzo. And then gave it away to Kenny, and she can go. Abdulatif in retreat. And Simone Kenny was stopped well by Layla Abdulatif. Annabelle Mergianos awaiting a way back on. Won by Mason Jones, taken deftly by Frescalzo. And Diana Frescalzo's had a good evening so far. Got a goal as just reward, and here she is once more. Away from Fogarty, Cincotta across the challenge. And well. Best will make way. Cut out by Frescalzo. Likewise by Fogarty. Now Mergianos, who's got Fogarty making room up with her. Mason Jones was quick to charge. Fogarty with the angle, closing, hit the post. Nearly a wonderfully taken finish. Denied by the base of the upright. Cut out by Cincotta, who couldn't set for Kenny. As the frame needs readjustment. Aku were inches from an equaliser. McClure to carry, while Jarin looked to roll it on for Niamh McClure. Miller Best was diligent. Frescalzo fell for Araha. McClure. Cincotta got a foot in. Neve McClure took over, while Jarin was racing in at the back post, though couldn't find a finish. What a game this has panned out to be. As Araha drilled it only into Kenny, moved on for Mergianos. Simone Kenny, Mergianos flicked errantly, and now Frescalzo. Just looked to clip it invitingly. Cincotta was the second there to stop it. Jenna Frescalzo's take. Amanda Araha, good read from Cincotta. Who can go? Up with her was Mergianos. That's a big challenge from Wild Jarin. Aku were on their way otherwise. As Frescalzo left one in on best. And we'll make way for Jana Bennett. And now Claudia Frescalzo is kitted up. Though could well be a break in case of emergency. It's not quite at that situation for Fitzroy yet. But you sense if Aku get level and this game goes deep, then you never know. Still nursing a knock. Last season's top scorer, over half a century goals this campaign. Jimmy Sufa, Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgienko will be hoping that she again can be kept out precautionarily. The big question at half-time really was how could Aku sustain this? And it looked as though they'd faded away, though at the moment are proving that maybe, just maybe, they're not done yet. Araha, that was important from best. Rebecca Yee then mopped up well while Jarin was lurking. Cincotta crashed it through. Mergianos was grappling with Araha and grappling too much to get round Amanda Araha. Fogarty getting ready. There's Araha. Was again unable to get further forward. As every yard is being hotly contested and battled for between these two sides. What a second installation we have got on our hands. Two teams that have proved themselves as title winners. As Mason Jones came through to clear and sliced towards the referees. Rodrigo Salas, who is timekeeper, was nearly collateral damage of that clearance. As Best went intricately, Mason Jones was alert to it. Quickly flung on for Araha. McClure. No way through Mergianos, who is one that will not shy away from a battle. Player who has, especially at the start of this season, grown in stature at Aku. There's Annabelle Mergianos. This time sets back for Cincotta, who out of all the new signings in this league has been one of the brighter ones. Has taken well to life in Evergreen. Araha now. Good win by Mergianos. Kenny took over. Was away from Araha, though no further. Fitzroy wanting this to now become a game of attrition. You think of the firepower that is currently not out on court. Leila Abdul-Latif maybe headlining those. Ava Bridis as well in the mix. Becky will roll for Cincotta as Kiwimu wants time out at the next open vacancy. Bennett trying to whip it to the near post. McClure was lurking. Mergianos battling and was fouled by Jarin, who went to go through and win it. Aku free kick, and so timeout will be issued. QEMU will have a words as Aku were right in this game. Fitzroy with an early couple, though Kenny pulled one back. As we go to a break, it's Melbourne Aku 2, Fitzroy 3. Returning from timeout. First time in this second half. QEMU and Aku wanted a word. 7.5 minutes of stop clock futsal elapsed in this second half. Aku are in the mix as Miller Best look to get them right back in to the foreground of the picture. That is this game, though. They are giving the reigning champions quite a fright. Fitzroy dropped points late against Hume this campaign. In a game that they had with 2 minutes to go, you get the feeling Aku will be wanting to drag this as long as they can, though while keeping things in play. If this becomes a game of attrition, you sense the singular substitution available could prove problematic in the end. As Bennett, again, had no option further forward. And you think of what is to come to close the night just quickly. A Hume side who will be eyeing this game and firmly keeping an eye on it, will be hoping that Aku can do them a favour in their own respective pursuit of the summit. At the moment, Fitzroy going back to the top of the tree and ensuring Hume have to be perfect, though Kenny is in behind again and Chincotta's follow-in is placed over. What a look. Fitzroy pockets were picked and Isabella Chincotta against her former side got a look at the second try in the chaos and crashed her effort over the bar. McClure got it from Best with a stroke of fortune, though had no way further. There is a real bit of enjoyment on that Aku bench. They are taking it up to Fitzroy and are getting their chances. Best cut out by Araha, away from Chincotta, while Jarin, McClure, neatly done to find Araha. Ball kiss while Jarin. McClure returned it while Jarin's touch a little heavy. Kenny had an opening momentarily and then went and won it. And was fouled by Niamh McClure. Fogarty's free kick. Hit with pace, Mason Jones dealt with it. Chincotta lurking, Best on the follow-in. Wins a corner. Diana Frescalzo reintroduced. Look to set for Best, well read by Frescalzo. Recovered by Fogarty. Chincotta was in ahead of Araha, who was firm but fair. Got it back from Bennett. Jana Bennett had to lunge, though couldn't keep it alive. Cincotta makes way for Mergianos, who was not best pleased about that most recent piece of contact. Best, Fogarty, that's nicely done. Kenny with a turn, was brought down by Bennett, who for it will go into the book. And so the evening will have its first yellow card. Jana Bennett, the first Fitzroy Tiger to be on the referee's radar. And that for Fitzroy's 4 fouls. They with a good amount of time to go are one from the limit. Fogarty looked to chip it over Mason Jones. And got the height though, didn't get the dip. But there is just that little subplot. 4 fouls for the reigning champions. Last time they conceded 5 fouls in a game in either half. Apart from a foul-laden affair with 1-0 last week, was that 5-5 draw with Hume, who took them the distance. Mergianos battling with Bridis. Won by Kenny. Oh, lovely from Bridis, who squared unselfishly for Frascalzo. And the buffer will be reinstalled. Brilliant from Bridis, who got away from 2, saw the run of Frascalzo, and squared for her to walk it in. And just when Aku had the door open, it is again being slowly closed. As Heasley was cool, Bridis kept going. And was bundled by Mergianos, who gave away a free kick. Halfway stage of the second half. Fitzroy 2 up with a free kick. Ava Bridis entrusted. And so it will be. Set for Heasley. At the back post was Abdul Latif. The angle was perhaps too dear to try and steer it. So again, Bridis. Abdul Latif now. Those 2 in particular have worked in duopoly delightfully tonight. That's a good challenge from Kenny. Likewise, Diana Frascalzo, who was through firmly. Fitzroy have just got to quell whatever Aku rebellion could be brewing. Fogarty flicked it. Heasley did well to intervene. Frascalzo, Abdul Latif. Again, Diana Frascalzo. On for Heasley. Down the line for Bridis, who evaded Mergianos. Bridis will keep it cool. Heasley. And this is exactly what they would have wanted, to just calm the tempo. And it's a lovely return for Frascalzo. A little too heavy. Her and Rebecca Yee entangled, though not out of foul play. Frascalzo simply trying to slow her momentum. Cincotta will come back on. Best will find a breather. Where Fitzroy have got this game where they want it to be, it is far from sealed, as Kenny with a good read, and Cincotta will again get them within 1. And will do so against her former side. Futsal has a funny way of following the script this time. And for Isabella Cincotta, she has kept Aku right in this game. Can they continue to conjure? Still a point is a prospect. Still all 3 perhaps are on the table. Cut out by Kenny, who's been fantastic. Fogarty, Mergianos. Sienna Fogarty, Cincotta. Lovely turn, smooth. Away from Frascalzo too. Heasley intervened, Abdul Latif gave her a hand. Diana Frascalzo battled, Kenny won it. Mergianos impeded by Heasley. 5 Fitzroy fouls. Now then. Now then. Five fouls for the reigning champions in this second half. And QEMU just has a chuckle. In a slightly pantomime villainous style. And so, Fogarty's free kick then will yield a corner. Aku are right in the hunt. What can they find in the closing passage? Whip to the near post, taken up by Mergianos. Abdulatif blocked well. Frascalzo wanted to release Bridis, instead had to choose Abdulatif. Cincotta away from Heasley. Isabella Cincotta fired into the palms of Mason Jones. Bridis, good foot in from Fogarty. Frascalzo. Abdulatif. Heasley. Fitzroy have to find calm in the middle of the storm that is ensuing. Jimmy Soufas with a glance at the clock. Annabelle Mergianos. Best. Looked to steer it round the corner. Up was Frascalzo. How about it? Fogarty's flick. Again, there was no way further forward. But what a boost this could well and truly be for QEMU and for Aku. It has been an end to the week, really, nationwide for sides of dominance who have it taken up to them. That's a lovely ball. Easily couldn't find Bridis, though, on the following. And so from top to bottom end, this country is engrossed in sporting battle, as it always tends to be. Think to the top end in Darwin at the moment, everything that's going on up there. Aku following a similar vein of taking it up to an all-conquering side. They are right in this game. This also a test for this side, many of whom have not been in this situation in Aku colours. In some cases at all against Fitzroy. It is up to them to find a way. QEMU can only guide them so far. Smashing ball for Bridis, who hit the bar off the chip. It was a gorgeous guide from Abdulatif, who had then found Mergianos. Oh my. And so, Fitzroy are in excess of 5 fouls. And so, from the spot, they've got a look. They were two adrift merely moments ago. An opportunity to carve and conjure themselves level. Jimmy Soufas is not a happy man. And that might be putting it delicately. So amidst a good amount of Fitzroy fury and Tiger discontent, Annabelle Mergianos can level this game. From the spot against Mason Jones. Annabelle Mergianos has rolled it wide. A golden glimmer, brightest at the other end. Belter. Fiery in a flash. maybe the starkest 2-second contrast of futsal you will see. A chance to level, missed at one end. The fling was taken with force, and Ava Bridis at the other belted Fitzroy 2 clear again. What drama in Darebin. What drama. And for Aku, who had, to their credit, earned their opportunity at a leveller. Kui Mew might have been having shades of the Sunday just gone and Christian Peluso from the spot. It was not to be on that occasion. Ava Bridis at the other end did what she does. And from the fire and fury that was the Fitzroy reaction to it, as Bridis is released again and wins a corner. They are simply streamlining everything to her. And at the moment, why wouldn't you? Another Fitzroy corner, taken for Friscalzo, set for Abdul Latif. Lovely shift beyond best. Just unable to find the finish. Bridis away from Mergianos, neatly done as well. Abdul Latif, Ava Bridis once more, Amanda Araha. Mergianos, after it was cut out by Chincotta. Fogarty, Chincotta, Araha, who picked it off, Friscalzo. Nicely done for Amanda Araha. One for the showreel. A super hit to hit Aku for 6. And maybe, just maybe, Fitzroy are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You wondered when the legs might wear and tear. Have Aku reached that stage? Araha, this could seal it. Best cut it out. Kenny recovered it. Fogarty went to flick it in return. Good read from Waljarin. Fogarty again was firm. Best. Chincotta. Bridis was relentless. Chincotta with almost 4 expired, got it back from Best and wants to go at Bridis. Shifting is Isabella Chincotta. Shout for handball was waved away. And Mason Jones gave the shout, and Bridis is on her own, though Best was quickly across to get up and deny her yet another go. Into the final 5. And one more for Fitzroy might seal it. They were given a test and a challenge, though. Kenny clipped it. Chincotta was marshalled by Waljarin. McClure was an outlet. Bridis was the go-to. Ava Bridis wanting to turn her way out of trouble. Araha couldn't quite be measured. Best. Waljarin. Oh, lovely footwork. Kenny in return made a good challenge. Rebecca Yee came charging, could only clear. As there is still a lot that is being hotly contested on the touchline. Bridis. Araha, Waljarin. Amanda Araha once again. McClure. Araha errant. Fogarty, Kenny. No way through McClure. Abdulatif is being prepped. And so for Fitzroy, they know the job is nearly done. They have nearly seen it out. Mason Jones looked to spear it. Fogarty read it. Kenny was clean. Best. Good challenge from McClure. Taken for Fogarty. Can only find the palms of Mason Jones. The one thing they've done well this evening, and it has been a test of their mettle, Fitzroy, they've taken the sting out of the game and settled in onto their terms when it's mattered. And not just with the explosivity of the brightest goal beyond the 10-yard penalty miss. As she finds a lovely ball for Araha, and while Jarin may well wrap up 3 points. That could truly be that. As Balkis Jarin will steer in a goal that tonight she has richly deserved. And for Fitzroy, they have survived a test, nearly. They are all but there. While Jarin warding off, set for McClure, return for Wild Jarin. McClure. Oh, lovely. Abdulatif away from Chincotta. Set for McClure again, who clipped it over. But the combination, the intricacy was superb. If you are QEMU though, you just wonder if they had the likes of Jessau available, if there were others coming to the fore, as Chincotta is in behind. Mason Jones makes a big save again, and now there's space for Araha. Amanda Araha on the drive. Rebecca Yee almost had it spin sharply to her misfortune, and Jimmy Soufas wants timeout, which he will get. Fitzroy have got themselves in a position where they simply have to close it as we get a timeout. It's Taku 3, Fitzroy 7. Returning from timeout, Jimmy Soufas issued one. Fitzroy wanting to truly ice this game beyond all reasonable doubt. McClure looked to steer it. Kenny was waiting centrally. Chincotta couldn't set it on return. Isabella Chincotta did well to keep that. Best. Araha got a foot in. For QEMU and Aku, they have really taken it right up to the reigning champions. This evening for them could be a what if. Had they just converted from the spot, had they had maybe a couple more to go at them with, this could have a different outlook. Given away to McClure, poked on for Jaina Bennett. Good from Mergianos to hold her off. Abdulatif, Bennett, denied by Yi, cleared by Kenny. Mergianos then, through the legs of Abdulatif. And the effort from Waljarin was hit far. Annabelle Mergianos. Unfortunately, a moment she might come to rue. That spot kick miss. Had a really good night up until then. And since then, into the final 90 seconds of the evening's second edition. McClure, Abdulatif, to Fitzroy maybe want one for the road to wrap it up entirely. Abdulatif looked to poke it for Bennett. It was a good ball as well. It took a touch on the way. It will be a Fitzroy corner. Bennett's take. Abdulatif! That'll do it! Her goal, Fitzroy's points, beyond any and all doubt. And Layla Abdulatif gets in on the act. She has threatened all night. A couple of opportunities which Rebecca Yee was equal to. That simply hit with too much venom, was too hot to handle. Likewise, Fitzroy have been this evening. They have been white hot, certainly to close this game, and are now wanting to do so in a trice, though Mergianos, with a good read, set on for Chinkota. Can Aku grab something of their own? Perhaps the least they deserve. Well into the final minute. Heasley, Waljarin, and so, for the title holders, it will be the top of the table still. They, as they so often had done in the first part of the year, are laying down the gauntlet. The simple question is, who dare catch them? Hume have been going toe-to-toe. They know they must win to do so again. That's a gorgeous ball, though, to find Waljarin, who just couldn't get a shot away. Heasley. Abdulatif, why not? And it was hit sweetly. But for Fitzroy, 10 points from a possible 12. The title defence is now starting to go more swimmingly. Back-to-back wins in the league for them are well and truly on the cards. For Aku, there is still room to grow. Their first test is nearly but not quite. But for Fitzroy, a win where they survived the scare. It finishes in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 3, Fitzroy 8. And so the reigning champions continue on their charge at the start of the season, though it was a little bit trickier than they would have liked. I've got Fitzroy manager Jimmy Soufas here with me. Jimmy, first of all, a little bit of a scare in this game. Aku took it to you for a majority of that game. What was the difference in the end between you turning that game into a win and perhaps maybe then pinching a point?
I think just sticking to it, to be honest. I think we didn't have our best night, and I think that is a byproduct of how Aku played. I thought, obviously not many of them, but a super coach and a lot of talent, good players, and they worked hard all day. So I thought they made it really difficult for us. But I thought we were getting the chances in the first half. We just weren't taking them. So we just had to believe we were going to score, and Aku kept pushing all the way. So credit to them and Kui. He's got a really good team, and he'll get more players back. So I'm sure they'll be even tougher next time. So. Yeah, that was it. Just to continue to stick out and hope that it would fall our way. But not our best performance.
A couple of tough assignments already in the early weeks of the season. Do you think it's important to get these out of the way early doors to see what teams could look like and which teams could prove challenging for your side?
Yeah, I think naturally the start of the season's a bit tricky, especially for us recently. We've had a few injuries that are niggling, and hopefully we can get the squad back fully fit. And get everyone in. So we've had a few injuries, players come in and out, and we can't get that cohesion that we had last season. So hopefully it's a bit smoother from here on in. But the first 7-8 rounds is usually a bit cagey.
And a couple of the new signings, both of whom have really hit the ground running. How important and how just impressed have you been with both of them at the start of this season and the way they've been able to fit right into this squad?
Yeah, very much so. I think Jane is a very smart futsal player, experienced futsal player, so she's slotted in seamlessly, and I think Ava's craft and talent is on show for everyone to see, really. So once she gets a bit more acclimatized and comfortable with the rotations and movements, the defensive shape and all the rest, I think, she'll be a scary player. So they've been great to have.
Jimmy, pleasure as always to have a chat with you. You know that. Thank you so much for your time. And so the final edition of your Friday night. It is a Hume team who know what they need to do. The gauntlet's been laid down by the reigning champions who have kept themselves at the top of the tree for another week. The Black Army, though, can go level on points and goal difference abating, can keep themselves well and truly in the hunt, though they are up against a 1-0 team who want to rebound in the biggest and best way possible from a rough outing 7 sleeps ago against said reigning champions. All is to play for in the final installation. Two teams that have had retrospectively positive starts to the campaign. For Hume in particular, they have made quite a splash and will look to do so immediately and go ahead through Diaz in next to no time. Flying out of the traps. It was intricate with Allerton, and the finish was as calm as you like. And already, for a side that have had a good energy, who have had a good vibe about them, this is a real want to continue it. For Nick Parthamos, for Suleiman Mohammed, for Isho Haskell and co. They have got off to the perfect start for their evening. Diaz, the goal scorer. Allerton, the assister. Piers Barlow, Racinos. That rounds out the 4 with Lara El Hayek, whose kit this evening is maybe more something akin to turf more than it is to Darabin. Or Villa Park, depending on your claret and blue persuasion. Whereas for 1-0, they are without Costa Fruitis on the touchline. Ree Jacobs is on managerial duty for the night. For them, they've got a bit of work to do early. Now to Sobevsky, Juong, McCaffrey and Petreska, the chosen starting 5 for them. On an evening which also offers promise in likeness for them. If they're able to flip this around, they go within 1 point from the top of the table. Hume have got quite a bit of impact off the bench in the form of Chloe Gordon, who truly made her mark last week. Upon her debut, is ready and waiting to be introduced to see what she can add to the side. Again tonight was superb on her first series futsal bouts, though here is Allerton with an opportunity to charge forward. Away from 1, away from 2. It might fall for Diaz again. McCaffrey got a block in. Now 2 looked to be deft. It was recovered by Piers Barlow, set for Racinos. Lovely ball. Diaz, sharp turn. Away from now 2. Still Daniela Diaz wanting to work away forward. Cut out by McCaffrey, who had no way beyond Racinos. Maybe not the start that they had in mind, but one which 1-0 have got a plethora of time to recover from. Sobevsky, though, had a slip, and it was picked off by Allerton. Moved on for Diaz, who was crowded out. Piers Barlow. Racinos. And Piers Barlow once again is charging. Away from now 2. Unable to recover it. Racinos mopped it up. Diaz took over. One of the many new additions is Daniela Diaz, already up ahead of steam tonight, has already made quite a bright start to life in Hume colours too. And where last week the Black Army were adorned in a rather Dutch-looking orange, this evening they are restored to as you know them. It's Piers Barlow. Allerton, that's deft. Piers Barlow's got the pace on Sobevsky. Juong was there to stand up. Hume themselves have got a corner. Allerton's take, a very bright start to this game. McCaffrey, Petreska slid in to ensure there could be no forthcomers. Diaz nodded it. Racinos stayed up, likewise Allerton, cut out by now 2. Juong. Was waiting for somebody to open up on the switch. Sobevsky was unable to thread it through, picked off by Piers Barlow, who is rolling wonderfully. Anna Piers Barlow will make it 2 in a trice. Hume have flown out of the traps and have doubled their leads in very quick style. Piers Barlow shifted supremely, sauntered beyond, steered it beyond Petreska. And already Hume are where they want to be. Well and truly looking to be back on track. With Fitzroy, they see themselves as the immediate competitors to the reigning champions who, if you've just joined us again, first of all, good evening to you. We've just ticked over near 9:45 Melbourne time. Fitzroy got the job done against Aku in a game that proved tricky. Kurimu's side, a lot of positives to take from it for Jimmy Soufas and co. As he had said in the interview, perhaps not their most fine-tuned performance, but one where they did what champions do and they found a way to win. And towards the end, win in style too. Early kick-off Carlton Heart were much too strong for Pascoe Vale. As Hun got away from Piers Barlow. Looked to poke for Juong, well recovered by Allerton. Hun was able to get a foot into good effect. For 1-0, it's been a topsy-turvy opening 3 weeks. The good work of the first fortnight, perhaps not totally undone, but dampened a bit with how things went against Fitzroy and maybe how things have started this evening too. McCaffrey, now 2. And without the absence of Costa Frutas too tonight, though, this is a tight-knit group who have been looking to build season on season and steer themselves to much more positive shores towards the kind of form they showed this time last year. Diaz was deft. Racinos unable to get further forward. Many on the Hume bench. Stella Nissan is one, Louise Hewitt another. Of course, Chloe Gordon, who has yet to sit down, has been warming up this entire time. Sadie Smith is up on the 1-0 bench, perhaps awaiting her first introduction of the night. That's a lovely ball for Allerton, and a fine save from Petreska. Smooth Hume move. And it needed diverting away for a corner. Allerton's corner. Diaz didn't catch it cleanly. McCaffrey hammered it away. And a first real bit of action for the evening for Lara El Hayek. Piers Barlow, lovely ball. Allerton again trying to shift the yard, which he did superbly. Petreska palmed it away. McCaffrey couldn't motor further forward. First bit of conversation about potential changes on the Hume bench as Piers Barlow picked Juong's pocket. Allerton, Racinos was set for Diaz, who stung the palms of Petreska. And she was there quickly to gather Daniela Diaz's flick on, then favoured Juong, who is twisting and turning and still in trouble. McCaffrey. Racinos was incredibly quick to stay with the lot. The flick on from Juong, momentarily for El Hayek. Caused concern, though the gather was without much fuss in the end. Piers Barlow. Racinos. Diaz had opened up. Racinos. Allerton. Given space and time. Ball was cut out by now too. Has moved on for Hun, who just could not keep it alive. Very good start to the campaign and to life, really. You look at the full edition of the season for Hume in Series Futsal. Made their end and made their return to the top flight towards the back end of last campaign. Started things with a win of Raku, which in and of itself was a statement. Followed up by taking a point off the champions, and last week's win against Pascoe Vale was the first time we saw them really find their own, as Allerton belatedly wins a free kick. And a first introduction of the eve for Gordon, who will quickly be over to take this, you would imagine, or quickly be open to offer an option. Diaz over it. Diaz, Allerton, wide of the near post. Think of all the interstate signings Hume had made. Chloe Gordon the third, we saw Jaqueline Hook, we saw Claire Holder. Also their very own Victorian contingent have delivered in droves so far this season in its early stages. As Gordon, Diaz, Piers Barlow, Chloe Gordon waited on Piers Barlow, well read by Juong, who had Hun further forward. Poke for McCaffrey to have a go, and she called it sweet. Hayek's palms were stung, and she was then able to gather. Without non-rusher, though, that is comfortably the best chance 1-0 have crafted for themselves. As Gordon looked to guide it, Allerton didn't oblige with a run. Just over 6.5 minutes of stop clock futsal. The quick opening pair from Diaz, then Piers Barlow. Hume's difference maker, as Hayek forced into another stop. Gordon was quick to go and get it off her. Daniela Diaz. Going at now to Piers Barlow, Diaz. Space for Gordon. Through the legs of now two, on for Diaz once more. Piers Barlow, nicely worked. Again, space for Chloe Gordon, moved on for Allerton, who got away from McCaffrey. And then was warded backwards, given away to now two. McCaffrey. Now two, had to poke at it. Gordon let it trickle out of play. Allerton, who was the quick recipient, wanted the reverse for Gordon. McCaffrey, Hun, cut out by Gordon, on for Allerton. And Sophie McCaffrey defensively has been diligent as Hun. Away from Piers Barlow, though out of room. Hume quick to run the changes. After a stint where they left their starters out a little bit longer than they would have liked. Stella Nissan's first introduction for the evening. Away from now to Allerton. There was space for Gordon, who made the run. The shout from Nick Parthamos on the touchline is there's no rush. Hume operating patiently. Gordon once again. Almost all has run through her so far. Gets it back from Allerton. No way through McCaffrey. Been eager of the Black Army to run the changes so far. Hewitt as well getting ready. Likewise, Chuana Cool. As Gordon guided for Nissan, who had to ward off now too. She got a foot into good effect. Chloe Gordon looking to go at Juong. Gordon twisting and turning. Piers Barlow, warded off by McCaffrey. Allerton. There is a real difference to the way that they constructed things last week, where Hugh wanted to be brutal, wanted to make a statement. This time round it's been patient. Piers Barlow got it from Gordon. Space for Allerton. It was blocked by Juong. Hun's flick was tidy. McCaffrey just couldn't quite. Though there is particular 1-0 appreciation for that. McCaffrey has got room to go. Gordon in retreat. Angle tightened. Al Hayek judged her as well. Flung for Nissan. Piers Barlow. Lovely sidestep away from Hun. Beyond now two as well. Got a poke towards Petreska. Oh, it was rather tamed. Just unable to gather it. Ada Juong. McCaffrey. 1-0 in comparison. A very measured approach too. As Gordon has got a yard and has got the pace to beat Petreska. Corner the near post, and Hume have got three. The move was well worked, the space opened up for Petreska, maybe a moment of misfortune. Halfway stage of the first half, and Hume have got a treble. Gordon, who was well and truly amongst the goals last week, has again stamped her name on the score sheet. Linked to early golden boot shouts for the campaign, as Hewitt was recipient of a rather firm challenge. Juang set back for now too. Karina now too stepping, flicked it into the face of Hewitt, who wore it. Still going was now two. That's a good save from Al Hayek. As there will just be a check-up on the well-being of Louise Hewitt, who inadvertently wore it. In the meantime, 1-0 have a corner. McCaffrey's take, set for now two. Hewitt didn't get there, blocked by Nissan. Recovered by Juong, who then had her pocket picked by Stella Nissan, who was in behind, and Petreska made a good save. McCaffrey then, on the follow-through, had no way beyond Hewitt. You have played at quite a high octane when they've looked to press. That's a good win from Hewitt. Away from Juong, fancied a drive. And Petreska was there to gather. Two teammates, formerly from this time last year at Thornbury United. Right at the start of 2025, Louise Hewitt and Petreska. Both of whom, of course, have since had to move on to pastures new. Petreska, Juong. Gordon was very quick to get a foot in. Suleiman Mohammed engrossed in conversation on the touchline. Reed Jacobs cutting a more nonchalant figure as Smith was warded off by Hewitt. Gordon likewise. Well, they'll have settled following that early double to their detriment as Smith came through and flashed a shot wide. Gordon again afforded space. You think to what this side could well and truly do. Cool flick through the legs of Juong. Recovered by McCaffrey. Petreska under pressure. Likewise, McCaffrey again. Hewitt hustled her. Sophie McCaffrey was storming. Went through three in black before Al Hayek was there to gather. And the equation, if they are to end the evening at the top of the tree, as Hewitt couldn't quite refine cool. With that Fitzroy win before the kickoff, with the three that Hume have added early, we started this game 25 goals behind the Tigers on goal difference. That is now at 22. So they would need an onslaught. As Chuana Cool lost out to now two. Hewitt has not been short of energy. Oh, it's moved out for Smith. Look to steer it for Juong, cut out by Nissan. Stella Nissan, twisting, turning, tidy ball for Hewitt. Smith got a foot in. Still for 1-0, though, they have not been able to conjure much more than the distances from range, as Gordon thought about the run of Hewitt momentarily, instead went for Nissan, who guided it gorgeously for Gordon, and she will keep it alive. Threaded for Petreska, and then threaded through the second time. Gordon at the double. And Hume are flying. It was a stellar ball from Nissan to find her. Gordon's first effort was denied, though the second, as the angle closed, as did the distance, was hit with far too much force, as McCaffrey retrospectively wins a free kick. Charnicle had grappled with her. One 1-0 set piece. McCaffrey over it. Fancied a drive, though. Did not catch it how she would have liked. This half so far for them has really not gone to plan. As Nissan, good turn, now 2 in foul. Just as Nissan was looking to shift beyond. Gordon's free kick. Hunting a first half hat-trick. Looked instead to set for Nissan, cut out by now 2, who gave McCaffrey, she lost out. Cool, Gordon, lovely ball. Nissan, who had 2 up with her. Tried to flick it out the other way for Hewitt, recovered by Juong. McCaffrey, Juong, now 2. Again Juong. Had no way beyond Hewitt, who had a little bit too much of her. Another 1-0 free kick. Karina now 2 will drive it. Hewitt wore it. Cool had got Hewitt further forward. Looked to thread it through, though no way beyond Juong. Still battling Chuana Cool. As belatedly, Hume with a free kick. There was just some conversation over and some maybe slight confusion over. Another Hume set piece. This time Tuana Cool to take. Speared for Hewitt, blocked by Juong. McCaffrey concedes the corner. Hewitt in the nick of time. Cool had a yard. Smith, McCaffrey, who spun Nissan superbly, and Sophie McCaffrey will be denied by a Hayek. That was a super move and a super run. And it needed a tidy save. Corner was taken quickly, though split the pair in white, waiting to have a go at it. It's good intervention from Al Hayek in order to make that save. At the end of the initial move, which McCaffrey had conjured all for herself, Gordon looked to thread it. Now 2 was there to read it. Laura Al Hayek. Again with height for Nissan. That's a good flick on for Cool, who just couldn't quite get it under. And again, it is 2 teams who are cutting different figures at the moment. Marie Jacobs watching intently. And for the trio of Hume candidates on the touchline, they themselves are each cutting a different expression. Suleiman Mohammed ever locked in. Isho Haskell more so ever jovial. And Nicholas Parthamos engrossed in conversation with the 2. There's Nissan. Cool, no way through. Now 2 hurried and was unable to keep it alive. Nissan set it back for Gordon. Nissan. Way beyond McCaffrey. Stella Nissan had a lot of her and gave away a free kick. And there's a wry smile of guilt. An acceptance from Stella Nissan. Jong's touch heavy. Gordon got a foot in. Now 2. Steered it for Smith, who was encased in black. Hewitt got a foot in. Chuana Cool, that's a lovely shift. Set for Hewitt once more. Hewitt tried to fashion a shot and will win a corner. Another Hume set piece. Nissan's race for now is run. Replaced by Racinos. Gordon short. Call came across. Juwon got in the way. Nearing 5 to the break in Darabin for the final Friday showing. Hume have found 4. Gordon is at the double. Diaz got it started. And Piers Barlow placed delicately in a second. Cool. Gordon, who then had to ward off Smith. That's a lovely ball in order to find Joanna Cool, who will pick the corner with aplomb. Fabulous fifth. The ball from Gordon was gorgeous, just to split the pair. And Cool crashed it into the bottom corner. As cool as you like. And for Hume, it is all going their way. It is all going right. Allerton, Racinos. On her own is Diaz, who didn't catch it cleanly. Similar story to last week. As far as Hume are concerned, they started quickly. There's Diaz. Couldn't steer it for Racinos. Petresca went searching, well read by Allerton. Moved on for Racinos on the slide. Petresca in a bind and a bundle. With a hand from Juwong. Was then able to fashion it clear. Unconventional though it may have been. There's Allerton. Piers Barlow encouraged to shoot momentarily just as it opened up. Clarissa Allerton, wonderful footwork, yet another corner. Set to the near post, Allerton hit the near post. Diaz did likewise on the follow-in. Quick glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. Sabevsky. Moved on for Smith. Ramirez was under immense pressure. Racinos. Isabella Ramirez did well to recover it. Sabevsky steered it. Han lost out for Allerton. Diaz. Piers Barlow. Racinos. Diaz measured away from Smith. Daniela Diaz wanting to go beyond the lots and just didn't catch the strike cleanly. She has looked lively. Han with a good turn. Wanted to get a shot away. Allerton was there to meet her. Ball was taken for Han. There's a question over whether or not the ball was rolling. Alhayak and Racinos sorted it out. Moved on quickly for Piers Barlow. 2 were further forward. Anna Piers Barlow and Allerton steered it wide of the near post. Can 1-0 conjure something towards the end of this half? Go and blemish the clean sheet to go and grab themselves just a slight glimmer. Ramirez gave away to Piers Barlow. Racinos. Diaz. Piers Barlow, good switch. Racinos was lunging and couldn't quite keep it alive. Ball from Smith down the line was searching, only found Alhayak, who was happy to keep it alive. Flung up for Piers Barlow, that's a good take. And then was enclosed by 2. Good challenge from Ramirez and Smith, who worked in combination. Smith this time went to steer. Had no option further forward. half, which is trickling more than anything towards its conclusion. Hume had started brightly, started with poise, 1-0. Had a patch where they settled. Diaz in behind, and Diaz at the double. Razor sharp. The swivel and the strike. Drew the space, which she found expertly. And Daniela Diaz is joining Gordon in hunting a first half hat-trick. That's a good challenge though from Racinos. Diaz got there ahead of Sobevsky, and Petreska just came through to ensure the door stayed closed. Racinos, Allerton, deft touch. Diaz, Piers Barlow, who is on the drive. Anna Piers Barlow through the lot! Just sauntered through to make it 7. They all backed off. The space had opened up invitingly. An invitation which Anna Piers Barlow was gleefully willing to accept. And Hume have found an incredibly fine tune in this first half. For 1-0, they may be wanting opportunity at the break to just reassess things. Flicked by Allerton. Piers Barlow is now one of a Hume hat-trick, hunting a hat-trick. Petreska long, up was Racinos, taken by Piers Barlow. Diaz. Racinos. Good challenge from Ramirez, who then went to battle with Racinos and belatedly won a free kick. And that for Hume is 5 fouls. They have reached the limit in rather bizarre circumstance. And so there can be no more. As the free kick was hit awkwardly, Ramirez got in, and Al Hayek made 2 good saves. That was a seriously good hit off the free kick. It was awkward for Al Hayek. And Ramirez nearly lunged in to get one back. Al Hayek used the chance for a rather fine double intervention. Smith on that occasion steered wide of the post. Diaz. Again, in was Ramirez, who has grown into this half as much as she can. 100 seconds to half-time in Darabin, as Hun was happy to hammer it away.
That's my prediction, except not her. She's there.
And for Hume at the moment, it is a half that could not have gone better. They are eyeing being level on points with the reigning champions. Diaz went deftly. Petreska played it smartly. The final flick off Piers Barlow. Daniela Diaz has grown in confidence though, having hit the ground running too, as Allerton on the charge had Piers Barlow with her. Gave Smith no way out. To be clipped long. Recovered by Piers Barlow. With time ticking in the first half, we are encroaching on the final minute. Allerton. Piers Barlow went to loop it towards the far corner. Had the dip, just didn't quite have it to fall. As Gina Hun again had nobody further forward for which to play. Al Hayek fancies keeping this rolling. Allerton. Diaz, nearly. The door was open, Allerton recovered. And again was just unable to get a clean strike away. Has had a couple of opportunities as Clarissa Allerton so far. Petreska can't touch it, though will be forced to. And there will be a late Hume look with 32 seconds to the half. A look for an eighth, half a minute to half time. And so, Piers Barlow is over it. It'll be indirectly taken. Set for Allerton, denied by Petreska, who made a really, really courageous save. So back for Ramirez, Smith, Hun. Petreska will gather and look to release Sheena Hun, who was just unable to get on the end of it. The dying embers of the first half that has again been one of Hume fire. Diaz, does she want a late look at a hat-trick? So for the time being, as Diaz twists and turns, has got just enough time maybe to fashion something. Racines! Denied by Petreska at the last, and it was a good save too. Though Hume are doing what they need to. On track to be level on points with the reigning champions as we go to half-time. It's Hume 7, 1-0. Turning from half-time for the final time this evening here in Darebin, for the final time for the first month of the new Series Futsal Women's season. Hume well and truly are on track to go toe-to-toe with Fitzroy through the first month of the campaign. The only points either have dropped were against one another on a night where Hume were 2 down with not long to go and rescued themselves. Since then, there have been 2 rather incredibly convincing performances that this is a sign that it's a club that could have the credentials to take a race quite deep in the end of the calendar year. You must think now to when everything transpires in December, where they could fall, how different things could look in and of that time. For 1-0 themselves, looking at back-to-back defeats as Chuana Call is going through the lot and Petreska is there to make an early second half denial. And Suleiman Mohammed wants a corner, which he will not get. It was flung long for Nissan, who improvised. The flick on found Hewitt. The ball was a little too heavy for Call to get under. You look at this side, you look at the way that they played in that first half, 7 without reply. 1-0 had a couple of opportunities to their credit. The shiniest of which they made was a double save from Lara El Hayek. A free kick was taken with good guile and landed in an awkward area for which she had to intervene. As right at the start of this second half, you sense maybe there could possibly be a more measured Hume display. They know what the goal is, goal difference-wise, though. Sabevsky picked Nissan's pocket, threaded it for McCaffrey, and Al Hayek was there to deny her. Bright first half for Sophie McCaffrey, who was easily the most menacing of what 1-0 had to offer. Player who missed quite a lot of the first season through injury, has missed a little bit of time too in this campaign. How thrilled they are to have her back. As Juong looked to thread it for Sabevsky, who couldn't get it under. El Hayek moved it on for Nissan. Measured down the line for Cool. Away from McCaffrey superbly, steered for Hewitt, who was denied by Petreska. She flung long, Nissan escorted it back for El Hayek, who was quick to release Cool once again. To Cool, Hewitt, lovely return. Turned out of trouble, set for Gordon. Nissan was poked for Cool, who shifted a yard superbly. Hewitt. Stella Nissan gave it a drive, and Petreska got the angle right. Hewitt got up well in retreat. McCaffrey, that's a super ball. Juong, no way beyond Gordon, no way beyond Cool, recovered by McCaffrey, who charged a yard for herself, speared it centrally. Juong on the follow-in. Super hit. And 1-0 claw one back. Off the end of a delightful Juong drive. And so, the clean sheet wait goes on for Hume and El Hayek. There's a wry shake of the head from Nick Parthamos on the touchline. 1-0 had just carved a couple of opportunities at the start of the half. And now 2 can carry. Hewitt in retreat did well. McCaffrey. Again going at Cool, again going at Nissan, going beyond both of them. El Hayek sprung across and released Hewitt. Now 2 came through. Hewitt saw it out of play. Gordon. To Cool, shifted a yard well. Petreska made the save. Course side ball. Gordon worked a yard wonderfully. Was all on her own, though unable to get there. Nissan's got a bit of work to do. Juwong was invested for a brief moment in time. As Gordon can again calmly kick things off once more. Her and Nissan happy to create a much more measured Hume approach. Movement from Hewitt further forward. Nissan's loose touch invited Juwong. Recovered by Chuana Cool. Hewitt couldn't clip through Sabevsky. Hewitt still going. And Petreska was there to gather. McCaffrey ahead of Gordon. Sophie McCaffrey tiptoeing forward. Cut out by Nissan. That's neatly done to find Gordon. Set for Hewitt. Cool. Gordon. Switch for Nissan. Set for Gordon. Space for Hewitt. Again, Chloe Gordon. Two on a call. Nissan. Petreska's come a long way. And Nissan has rounded her, though rippled the side netting. Flung long and red by Gordon. And again, Chloe Gordon worked to yards. And won a corner. Gordon's corner. Hume hunting an eighth. Set for Hewitt at the near post. Sabevsky got in quicker. Nissan. Again for Chloe Gordon, who's going it now to Anna Cool. There was space for Hewitt, who had it open her way and went to clip it over the top. And beyond the reach of Petreska, but put a little too much on it. Allerton reinstated. Stella Nissan nearly had a stumble when making way, as McCaffrey crashed it wide. Now Racines too becomes reintroduced. So Hume affording themselves the opportunity to shuffle the pack. For 1-0 there has been minimal movement on that bench as Tuana Cool wins a corner. Just under a quarter of an hour to go in Darabin. Corner with depth. Hun was looking to get a flick, though couldn't apply anything to it. Allerton had it evade her. Once again, Sheena Hun gave it away to Gordon, who had two up with her. Chloe Gordon wanting to work a yard. Again, going it now to set for Racines. Gordon. Twisting, gorgeous ball, brilliant goal. Allerton on her own to turn it at the back post. Gordon twisted, turns, and then fired in a fantastic ball for Allerton, who couldn't miss. And Gordon is at it again. Fancied one of her own this time. And rippled the side netting. Take from Juwong. Now two. Tried to steer it deftly for McCaffrey. Racines was sliding, though couldn't keep it alive. Move for Sheena Hun. Space for now two. Cut out by Allerton. Recovered did Gordon. Racines on the overlap. Steered for Cool, who again is looking to shift the yard. Set for Gordon. And Chloe Gordon will claim a hat-trick in sub-style. Forceful is maybe the only way to word it. That was fired in. Truly.
You can't look here, it's a red. Send him off.
As Nick Parthamos is maybe sauntering outside his technical area, beyond the bounds of which he can. McCaffrey is charging forwards, and Ohayek is unbeaten at the near post. 1-0 corner. Can they again just salvage something for themselves? Clip with depth for Juwon, who got up. And Lara Al-Hayek, she fancies a go and was not able to get it on target. It is one to the weekly edition. Karina now two. Again, had Tuana call for company. Left it for Han, that's a good run. And a good ball for Juwon, whose touch was heavy and ahead of Gordon. Both of these two sides, there is fixtures coming thick and fast. You've got Carlton Hart next up before Aku and Fitzroy back to back. The Tigers in particular for them, right at the start of September. That will be the next test of their particular title credential, considering that and assuming that they pick up maximum points until then. Whereas for 1-0, the end of winter is less fraught than it started. Aku, Pascoe Vale, and then Carlton Hart to kickstart September and spring. There's Allerton, then gave it away to Hunt, moved on for McCaffrey, who just held the space. Looked to steer for now two, cut out by Piers Barlow, who belatedly wins a free kick. Racino's got it back from Piers Barlow. On was Allerton. Piers Barlow looked to lay it off deftly. Now two was alert to it. McCaffrey was one way. Hun was the other, was cut out by Piers Barlow, who can go and fancies to. Juwon got in ahead of Allerton. McCaffrey under pressure, worked it out for now two. That's neatly done. Juwon, now two. 1-0 have been able finally to withstand the press. McCaffrey went direct for Juwon. Racinos there to challenge. Moved on the switch for now two. Hun got a foot in, Diaz likewise. Allerton has two up with her. Piers Barlow is arriving, and Petreska was there to deny her. Nearly flung it into the interest of Diaz. McCaffrey moved on for Juwon. Racinos moved on for Diaz, who tried to tiptoe beyond two. Piers Barlow. Very measured. Hume approaches this second half as unfolded. They have got another couple of goals. Suleiman Mohammed is eagerly looking at the clock as we are encroaching on 9 minutes of stop clock futsal elapsed. Han ran into Racinos, who turned away from trouble terrifically. Piers Barlow. Allerton. Piers Barlow, Racinos, switch for Allerton. Diaz.
Hey Nick, you're gonna have to learn it at some point.
Again for Allerton, tiptoeing forward. McCaffrey. Had Smith further forward with her. Racinos was in retreat. The angle got less favourable for McCaffrey, who could only fire into the side netting. As Diaz, hunting a hat-trick of her own, wins a corner. For 1-0, this a defeat of detriment, only 3 points. As Hume and another, and fire themselves into double digits for the second week running. Corner was taken quickly to the near post. Allerton stole in and steered it for the far corner. Out the reach of Petreska. And Hume for 2 weeks running now have got 10 or more, and Piers Barlow's looking to add more. And Diaz didn't catch it cleanly. So with this, they have more than Hart. Only Fitzroy have got more than them this season. That being said, as it stands, as Hun slices one out towards us. Diaz rolling. Piers Barlow. Switch for Racines. The space had opened up invitingly for Diaz centrally. Another Hume corner. Again, look to be set for Piers Barlow. Two got a foot in. If it stays this way, Hume will hold the best defence in the league. Having conceded the fewest, the only side currently yet to concede double digits in Season 2 of 2026. So despite no clean sheet, there is something for which Nick Parthamos, Suleiman Mohammed, Isho Haskell and co can smile about. As Diaz looked to steer it for Racines, through came Petresca, no further than Piers Barlow, whose touch was tidy. Diaz. Lovely run from Allerton, and a lovely finish. Clarissa Allerton crashes in. The space was opened up superbly. And the finish finally picked out the top corner. And it is a Hume party, which Piers Barlow is looking to continue. It was denied by Juwong. Petresca. Was nearly impeded by Piers Barlow. Racines. As Ramirez was grappled too much with by Racines. We'll be on the halfway stage of this second half. A night for 1-0 which has gotten away from them. Though for Hume, if this is to be what it's about, as Diaz drives forwards, postage stamp. Diaz is delivering in droves. And Hume, even though it's early, might be eyeing a title charge. Level on points it is to be with the reigning champions. 10 each after 4 games. Fitzroy have scored more, Hume have conceded less. Is there another narrative of a two-team title tussle building in Darebin? And are Hume to fill the boots left by Victoria Lions? It is still far too early. For now, we can only speculate. As Ramirez was in too firmly on Racines, who wins a free kick. Allerton. Smith intervenes. Allerton in the way. Racines. Good foot in from Ramirez. Changes have been run well by the Black Army tonight. 1-0 have used their bench sparingly, albeit. There are a few waiting to come back on, as Ramirez has looked lively. Picked it off Allerton, set it for Smith. Return for Hun, who looked to find Juwong. Diaz got a flick, it'll be a corner. Racines makes way. Gordon reinstated. Corner taken with depth for Hun. Cut out by Piers Barlow. Ramirez. Was looking momentarily to battle with Piers Barlow, though. And the 4 seconds for Ramirez had elapsed. Piers Barlow was in a hurry. Diaz took over. Lunging was Piers Barlow, who had kept it alive. Gordon, lovely footwork, and flashed it just wide. Though Gordon is in the groove, well and truly. Likewise, this McCaffrey, that's a lovely swivel, and flashed it wide of El Hayek's far post. A rare, really good look for Sophie McCaffrey, who has been the source of 1-0 inspiration tonight, as Piers Barlow is given the entirety of the left-hand side to work with and bruises the top of the upright. Seven and a half to the close in Darabin on match day 4. As Petreska was always asking a lot of Juong. Well, hadn't trickled out for the keeper's ball. Gordon will be quick to rekindle it. Lara El Hayek fancies a venture forward, poked it for Diaz, set for Tuana Cool, who is still wanting to work an angle. Gordon. Cool once again. Gordon to thread for Diaz, cut out by McCaffrey. No way through Chloe Gordon. Karina now 2. Urged to shoot. Blocked by Piers Barlow. Ricochet found Nissan, who got away from Sabevsky and just steered it over. Opportunities plentiful, though, for Hume this evening. There's Ramirez, no way beyond Piers Barlow. Trying to call Piers Barlow was on the overlap. Like which for 1-0, unfortunately for them, never really got going. Could have been poised as an evening for which they rebounded from a hefty defeat. Instead, they are succumbing to a second consecutive one. There's now 2. What in consolation can they carve? Here's the real question. McCaffrey couldn't have aided further than El Hayek. And now to Call with Gordon up on the break. Arriving was Piers Barlow. Sabevsky made a crucial intervention. If not to spare any further anguish. Gordon's take. Nissan had a stumble and nearly somehow spun herself out of it. McCaffrey took over, though, not to good effect. Piers Barlow will make way. Hewitt will find her way on. It's Karina now 2's take. Sophie McCaffrey. Can they conjure something in the way of consolation? For 1-0. McCaffrey sauntered through superbly and was denied by El Hayek, who, to her credit, has come up big when Hume have needed her tonight. McCaffrey takes Sabevsky, who was quickly charged out too. There's Gordon, beyond Ramirez, on for Hewitt, who had back post runners arriving in droves, one of whom was Tuana Cool, denied by Petreska. It's Ramirez being given guidance from McCaffrey. Hewitt's corner, Gordon, deflected, they'll do it again. Corner again set by Hewitt, away by Sabevsky. Hewitt in a hurry to set for Gordon. Chloe Gordon, Hewitt. Through the legs of Sabevsky, mopped up by Petreska, who flung it long for McCaffrey. Gordon and Nissan in retreat. That's a suave turn from Gordon, who's got two with her. Chloe Gordon thought about going alone, set it back for Hewitt, who couldn't return in kind. Nissan. Tuana Cool, McCaffrey kept it alive. Cool kept it rolling, well won by McCaffrey, who got away from Nissan superbly. Moved on for Ramirez. Hewitt was in retreat for Al Hayek to mop up. 5 to the close for Friday night in Darabin. As as the ball finds its way to the commentary area, and we've had a bit of a calamity, to put it bluntly. In the meantime, Nissan, Petreska came out. As again, it was flung long. McCaffrey nodded it away. Hewitt was in retreat, now 2. Looking to go further forward. Gordon. Tuana Cool. Shifted from Sabevsky superbly. Cool went on her own and was denied by Petreska. Humar still pouring forward in the time that remains. Gordon, touch was too heavy. Sabevsky looked to flick it long. It's been that kind of night for 1-0. Where they walked in with the opportunity for a rebound, usually a side that, having suffered heavy defeats, have responded in decent stead. As Al Hayek is under pressure from now 2. Was just able to save herself on that occasion. That's a good take from Hewitt and a good turn. Caffrey was in retreat to ensure that the door was shut. McCaffrey, Smith, gave away to Hewitt, who looked to steer it for Cool, cut out by Sabevsky, who was unable to get out of danger. For Tuana Cool, Hewitt, Sabevsky won it back. Cool kept going. McCaffrey ushered it through for Petreska. Will fling it long for Smith. Nissan, Hewitt. Again for Cool. Petreska again came out and swept well. Sabevsky again had looked to steer it down the line and again couldn't quite. Ferran and Jacobson for 1-0. There is a very telling set of expressions on the touchline. Well, that cost the Fruitsis this eve. There's Gordon. Tuana Cool gave it a go and steered the effort over. Hume have had many an opportunity tonight in order to inflict further damage on the scoreboard. Call for Nissan, set for Gordon. Away from now 2 wonderfully. Gordon still driving. Petreska got the angle right. And more importantly, didn't spill. Hewitt in retreat got up. Juong, McCaffrey. Steered it for now 2, set for Juong. Away from Gordon, away from Hewitt. Smith, now Sophie McCaffrey again. That's nicely done. Had Hewitt to go at and couldn't, not once but twice. Smith was deft. McCaffrey, that's well weighted. And well watched by Hewitt, who concedes a corner. Smith's take with depth for McCaffrey. Tuana, of course, sizing her up. McCaffrey's effort. Hayek unbothered and happy to drop for Gordon, who again has dazzled. 2 from 2 for her, and for Hume, almost a perfect start to life in Series Futsal. There is just a slight narrative building with 2.5 to go. They well and truly could be a team to go the distance this campaign. Tuana call, Gordon, they look to walk it in, and just weren't quite able to on that occasion. As McCaffrey direct, this might sit for now too. Al Hayek had to get there and wear some contact. Gordon was first on the scene. Nissan worked it for Hewitt, who was waiting on runners. Call was down the line, given away to Smith, who couldn't recover from Nissan. Gordon lost out, and Karina now too. Away from Hewitt, blocked by Nissan. Recovered by Smith. Juwon got a foot in ahead of Gordon. And Hewitt was through to clear. Hume are ticking the seconds down. They are closing in on level on points with the reigning champions. Right at the top of the table. Healthy little buffer now between themselves and 1-0 and Aku, who wish to go and chase them. They must start looking over their shoulders. Hart got off the mark this evening and did so in style. Eagerly anticipated campaign, eagerly anticipated season. Now, a month into its runtime, and is delivering in droves the drama. It is always a bit of a soap opera in Darabin. As Allerton look to steer it down the line for Nissan, too much on it. Into the final 90 seconds then, on your Friday evening. It was one where Carlton Hart got things off the mark emphatically. Fitzroy got it done to ensure they stayed top. And Hume, in and of themselves, are at least staying neck and neck with the team who hold the title in perhaps pursuit of their own on debut. Returning for the first time in a long time. Hume have started things most brightly. Piers Barlow will see the final 64 seconds. Could they take one more with them? Or 1-0 maybe to give themselves at least the final say. Smith was cut out by Nissan. Covered by Petreska, up by Smith. Taken well by McCaffrey, who spun Piers Barlow superbly. Now 2. Trying to work a shot from Allerton. And found no way through. And Clarissa Allerton is all on her own and rounds out the night. Supremely taken on the break. Picked the ball off now too, and simply had to place it beyond Petreska. Another for Allerton. Another for Hume to take on their way. Side who are well and truly making waves, and in fact Diaz wants one more for herself too, and drove it just wide of the post. Petreska's fling long, Allerton took it, Nissan warding off Smith. Stella Nissan with time ticking down. Into the final 10 seconds, and well, what a narrative we have developing. Again, it's new kids against the establishment. This time though, it's a team who have scored more than any against a team that have let in less than any. Hume are still the only side not to allow double digits so far this campaign. They will ensure for themselves, as McCaffrey flicks, that it is going to be neck and neck with the title holders. So the reigning champions and Hume end the month level on points. If there is to be a title race. It is slowly building. It is slowly starting to gain its own momentum. Diaz will be beaten by the clock, but Hume in the end will beat 1-0. 10 each for the top two. They're starting to stretch their legs. It's Hume 13, 1-0 1. An emphatic win for Hume to close the evening. They go level on points at the top of the table with Fitzroy. I've got Clarissa Allerton with me here. Clarissa, first of all, being tasked with leading this side, with leading this team and all of the players that have come into it, how big of a challenge, but also how big of an honour has that been for you?
Oh, look, it's always an honour to captain a side, especially one with all this young talent. I guess the key things at the moment is just trying to get that chemistry and bond on the pitch and off the pitch has been the main focus, really.
And when it comes to leading this side that have made such a strong start to the season, you yourself seem to be feeling a lot more settled in your futsal than maybe in recent times. How big, on a personal note, has that been for you too in helping you perform?
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people, confidence is really important. So coming here, I've just been surrounded by a lot of positivity. The culture is really good here at Hume, so that's been a big component and part of my my performance, I guess.
And for someone who has been very illustrious in the last few seasons in terms of yourself and looking again to go for a league title, is that something you think this team can compete for?
Look, I think you can never say never. We're just going to play game by game and always do our best. We've got a lot of heart in this team, so we're going to see how far we can take it.
Clarissa, lovely as always to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.